is February 26, 2019 at 5 p.m. And we need to have a round of applause for Councilmember Peterson being with us. Made my day to see you yesterday, and really great to see you here today. I'd like to remind the folks in the audience and those at home that with respect to our new rules and procedures, which are now not that new, we don't take citizen comments during work sessions. This is a lot of new information that council will be gathering, and there will be an opportunity either at another work session, or certainly when it's on the agenda for individual consideration, we will take citizen input. But if there are folks at home or in the audience that have special interest in the information they see presented tonight and they have any questions, I would encourage them to email that and send that to your favorite council person, the city manager, all of the above. We are interested in the input, but I just wanted to make sure people knew why we weren't having folks sign up to speak. So we are on agenda item 1A, and the other thing I want to mention for folks at home is that we will be done with this by 6:30 and start our regular meeting. If we get done with this action item early, we'll go into recess and start our regular meeting at 6:30, and folks have till 6:30 to sign up to speak for any of the items on the agenda. So item 1A, discuss the creation of rates and standardized contracts for future wholesale water and wastewater customers. City Manager.
Yes, ma'am. This was intended as a special workshop, and we had this planned for last evening. But we had some scheduling concerns that we had to accommodate with our consultant. So Mayor did a great intro into this. This is where we start with this conversation. This isn't where we end. Everyone, I'm sure by now, appreciates the fact that we are in the process of designing to build a wastewater treatment plant. And all of you, I'm sure, have heard us say time and time again that our wastewater certificate of convenience and necessity that we refer to as a CCN is 3 times the size of our water CCN. So this plant by design is intended to serve in a regional capacity. And the retail customers are those that would be in the city limits of Bastrop. The wholesale customers would be those that would be in our CCN that we would serve on a wholesale capacity that perhaps would have a municipal utility district. And we have a couple of subdivisions that are in our extraterritorial jurisdiction that have been working with the city on and off for almost a decade, and are now ready to proceed with their development. And in order to proceed with their development, they are interested in buying water and wastewater at a wholesale rate rather than putting in their own water and wastewater treatment facilities in their municipal utility district. And you will recall that several months ago we adopted a wholesale water rate contract with Aqua. And the partnership agreement we have with Aqua says that we will be allowed to take over their water CCN when asked by a developer who is also in our wastewater CCN. And we had to get that piece worked out before we could have the conversation tonight with our consultant, Chris Eckroot. What you are going to discuss with Chris tonight is the foundation for establishing a wholesale rate structure in our rates. We currently now have a retail water rate that has a residential and a commercial component. We have a wastewater rate that has a residential and a commercial component to it. So this will be a third classification that we'll be adding to our rates on both water and wastewater, and that's the wholesale component. Now, this is kind of a joint conversation because it's the proverbial chicken and the egg. If you're going to have wholesale rates, you have to have a contract. So you need wholesale water rates tied to a wholesale water contract, and Chris and and Aaron will help connect the dots. And we'll also have a wholesale wastewater rate that's connected to a wholesale wastewater contract. So we're going to have two parts to tonight's conversation. Chris is going to walk through the rate piece of it. And then we have a PowerPoint presentation that will walk through the structure of the contract, and Aaron can answer any of the technical questions, but they are interlocking. You don't have one without the other. So tonight is nothing more than an introduction of the concepts and the context of the rates. If you don't understand, we'll have another meeting and we'll keep talking, because if you don't understand, the public doesn't understand. If you do understand and y'all are ready to move forward, then we'll have to move through the adoption process. So tonight really is a starting point. I don't have a set time period on when this happens, other than I want you to know I do have some developers waiting in the wings that are watching the conversation. They have a sense of urgency, but I'm more interested in you getting it right than being in a hurry. Because the end game for us is this: whatever deal we offer to developer A, we need to be prepared to offer it to developer B, developer C, developer D. So it needs to be right. And this is something we're doing for the first time, so there's a lot of pieces that we'll just have to go through. So I'm going to ask Chris to come to the table. Chris has helped us with our water and wastewater rates, and you'll remember Chris's gift is explaining things real simple and crisp. As soon as he gets through helping us with the wholesale water and wastewater rates, he is then going to move into the impact fees for water and wastewater. So all of this is tied together. You can't really change one without changing the other. So you'll see Chris again, and we'll finish this assignment up with the impact piece of it. So he's going to start off with working through the rates, then we'll come back with the contracts. If Chris cannot get this done before our 6:30 meeting, or if he gets it done and we can't get to the contracts, we'll put the contracts on a work session on your next meeting. Because the most important piece of this is what it's going to cost. So with that, Chris, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Again, Chris Eckert with New Gen Strategies and Solutions. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. All right. I'll move this up here. Well, again, Mayor, Council, it's a pleasure to be with you again tonight. This is a bit of a complex subject. I'm going to try and keep it as simple as possible, but this is not quite the same as retail rates. What we're talking about is wholesale service. You are selling water or selling wastewater treatment service to an entity that is providing that service to their retail customers. So that's what we mean when we say wholesale service. So again, while we try and structure it like retail, it is slightly different. So what I'd like to do is start with the wholesale water component, then we'll move to the wholesale wastewater component. So all we're talking about here again is the rates. So the way we have gone in and studied the wholesale water rates, it basically breaks down into two components. There is the supply cost. Now this is the cost of water from Aqua Sud. This is based on the contract that you have already signed with them. This is a pass-through cost. Whatever it costs you, it will cost the customer. We built in a small loss factor in there to make sure you're made whole through the process, because ultimately you will have to buy a little more water than what ultimately makes it to the customer, because there will be some water loss through the process. But the idea here is this is dollar for dollar. Whatever it costs you, it costs the customer. You're made whole in the process. So that's the first component that we've studied as part of this wholesale water rate. The second component is transmission cost. So when you buy water from Aqua Sud, you have to transmit it to the wholesale customer. So those are city-related costs. That doesn't use your entire system. That only uses a component of your system, your transmission system. So what we have done, we have gone in through this rather detailed allocation process and determined what that transmission cost is. And and you're going to see those numbers here in just a second. But those are the two components of the rate, the source cost, the pass-through from Aqua, and the transmission cost. That's what we're recovering. Yes, sir.
Just to make sure, that water is already treated, so we're not treating it.
It's already treated water, exactly. Okay? So what we've tried to do in structuring the wholesale water rate, there are two components to it, just like your retail rate. In your retail rate right now, there's a fixed component that every customer must pay every month based on meter size, regardless of use. Then there's a volumetric component that's based on use. The wholesale water rate is set up the same way. There's a fixed component, which is actually based on peak demand. There's a volumetric component that is based on actual use. Okay? Any questions about that before I move on? Okay. So on this slide, you see what the rates would be. Now, this assumes a customer taking 73,000 gallons per day on a peak day basis. Now, why do I keep emphasizing peak day? We emphasize peak day because we want the wholesale customer to be an efficient customer. We want their peak day use to be as close to their average day use as possible. The reason we do this is we don't want a lot of excess capacity in our system. If we have excess capacity, we have to oversize our facilities to meet a peak day use, but then on an average day basis, those facilities aren't being used to their best ability. So we are trying to emphasize efficiency in everything we do, but especially in a wholesale contract. So this rate you see here, this fixed charge on a monthly basis, that is based on peak day use. Another reason we structure it this way, this mirrors your contract with Aqua. You are charged from Aqua based on your peak day demand. And so for us to pass this through and make sure that relationship stays consistent, we have to have a fixed charge based on peak day use. So for 73,000 gallons of peak day use, this customer would pay $3,285 fixed per month. That would not change. That is a fixed charge on a monthly basis for the supply component only. For the city transmission component, they would pay $312.20 per month. That wouldn't change. That is a monthly fixed fee. So the total fee fixed per month is $3,597.20. So that is for 73,000 gallons per day of peak day demand. So that's the fixed component. Any questions on that?
Give us what an LUE would be for that 73,000.
What we're trying to target is about 250 gallons per day per home is what we're trying to target. This is actually a little bit lower. We've used the 250 on the wastewater side. This is structured closer to 200. And I will tell you that we've got some demand figures to figure out. As these developers come in and sign these contracts, these numbers are going to fluctuate a little bit, and so we'll finalize some of this as it goes forward. Yes, sir.
That lost me. Remind me again what an LUE is.
A living unit equivalent, a single-family home. What is the demand for that? Is it 200 gallons per day per home, 250 gallons per day? It really depends. Depending upon who you talk to, they'd like to see that closer to 160 gallons per day. But right now, we know demands are a little bit higher than that. Yes, sir.
Yes, just a quick question. How will this affect the difference between home water use and people that have in the irrigation meter?
This has no impact on retail pricing. This is all wholesale pricing, which is separate. Now, to the extent that there are fixed costs in your system, and ultimately some of that fixed cost doesn't change, and the wholesale customers pick some of that up, you might be able to achieve some cost savings on the retail side, but I'm not going to guarantee that to you today.
Bill, let me say this, because that is a great question, and I'm sure some people at home have the same conversation. In a wholesale situation, we're going to take it to a meter, and we're going to read that meter, and that's going to be what we sell from a wholesale perspective. On the other side of the meter, then they will charge the residential rate, the irrigation rate, and the commercial rate. But our responsibility is going to stop at that meter, and that's what we're going to read, and that's what we're going to send them a bill for. And once it gets to the other side of that meter, they will distribute it on a retail basis in their development themselves. That won't be our job, because we won't be reading their meters. We won't be responsible for fixing their lines or anything like that.
Yes.
That's right. Yeah, we won't be sending their customer bills. We're going to send a bill to that MUD. Does that help? Okay.
Okay. So again, that's the fixed component of the rate. There's the supply component, there's the city cost component, the transmission component. The other element of the rate structure is a volumetric rate. This is charged per 1,000 gallons based on actual use. Your cost from Aqua on a volumetric basis is $1 per 1,000. So that's the cost that we pass through to the customer. For the transmission cost, we've calculated that that's 97 cents per 1,000 gallons for transmission level service. So all you're doing is transmitting that water. You pick it up from Aqua, you transmit it over to the take point of the wholesale customer. So they're not using your entire system, they're only using certain facilities in your system. But when you add those two components up, they're going to pay $1.97 per 1,000 gallons on a volumetric basis.
I may regret this, but doesn't location have something to do with it?
Location does have something to do with it, but what we've done within our allocation process is we basically delineated a line size. We've said anything that's 16 inches or greater in size is common to all customers, meaning your wholesale and your retail customers. So that's how we've done the cost allocation process.
But if I'm developer A, and I know where that 16-inch line, you know where I'm going.
Yes.
How is that fair?
Ultimately, we are trying to establish a uniform standard rate. This makes it much easier in the contracting process. Regardless of where you are or who you are, there is a rate, and this is the published rate for service. There's not any question about it. We all know where it comes from. It is a system rate. Just like you charge your retail customers a system rate. Regardless of where they are in the city, regardless of their location to the water source or the wastewater treatment plant, it is a system rate. And that's what we're trying to establish.
So you really
here.
did try to do it a percentage of the system over a certain size.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So that is what the rate would look like. Let's take this down to some dollars, what a customer's bill would look like. And what we've gone in here and we've calculated the annual charges. So in this case, the fixed charge of $3,597.20 multiplied by 12, that's $43,000, a little over $43,000 a year. On a volumetric basis, the rate is $1.97 per 1,000. We've assumed use of basically 13.3 million gallons. That results in revenue of $26,180. When you add that together, the total annual revenue from this customer would be $69,344. Now, we've talked about effective rates before. The idea here is there a way to restate this into one number? What does it cost them per 1,000 gallons? So we've got this fixed charge, this $43,166. Does that equate to a per 1,000 gallon rate if we were going to boil this down? When you take the total annual revenue of $69,344 and divide it by all the gallons, the effective rate for service is $5.21 per 1,000 gallons. So that's if you look at the entire rate structure, boil it down to a unit rate, it's $5.21 per 1,000. Okay? Any questions on that? So if for a customer using 5,000 gallons, an effective rate for them would be $8.47. So now the question is going to come, well, why is it less for a wholesale customer? It's less for a wholesale customer because they're only using certain components of your system. So that's another check we go through.
And we're not doing all those things Linda said.
Exactly.
And there's costs associated with that. So then it becomes the developer's deal of whether that number is 5. We would be saying to them, your cost is $5.21, and it's between you and your customer with anything above that. So they could be below $8.47, above $8.47,
Exactly.
And we don't care. We just need our $5.21.
Correct.
Okay.
That's exactly right. All right. Any other questions? That kind of takes us through water. Any other questions on that? Yes, sir.
And this may be a question for Linda, I'm not sure. Does this cover our costs to run the transition lines?
So this covers the cost of the use of the transmission lines, everything that's in existing today as we look at the O&M and the capital. Just like your retail rates may change on an annual basis, these rates will be subject to change as well. So within the contract, there will be an element in the contract that allows for adjustment. So this is one that as you add additional capacity, as you add additional lines, this rate may need to increase.
Councilmember Ennis, I have always worked in cities that purchased their water and wastewater. This is the first city I have ever been in that produced their own water and wastewater. And so it is very standard for contracts to explain the rules and not the cost. And then the cost is referenced by ordinance that you adopt on an annual basis. And every other community I've ever been in gets a letter from their wholesale provider somewhere about the end of June, 1st of July, that says our rates are going up 10 to 20%. And I've never seen them less than 10%, which is why I'm starting at 10%, because it's a fairly standard something. So that's what we will do. And every time we have a rate review, our wholesale rates will be reviewed just like our retail rates, because what Chris is telling you is all an allocation question. And so our wholesale contracts will pay whatever you as a council adopt as that wholesale rate annually. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm just interested in down the line. I was interested in, is it going to cover what we're going to have to build in the future, because we've got a staggering amount of
That's exactly right. What we have done to help Chris with this is on the part of KSA, which is the engineer that we have hired to do the wastewater plant and all of the distribution lines. They have done some preliminary estimates, and they're preliminary. They'll be refined at the 30, 60, and 90% review. And they've also done a takedown schedule over the next 4 years of when they're going to need their money. That's all been given to Chris, and Chris has built this in the model. So every year when we get that 30%, that 60%, that 90% design, and those numbers tighten up, he'll put those new numbers back in the model, and we'll ask you to adopt a different rate at that point. But we are going on the best information we have today, but we're working feverishly to put a process in place so that about every 6 months we can go out and look at not only these rates but our impact fees, and make sure as we're adding those assets that they're being appropriately allocated and paid by the right people.
Great, thanks.
So is there at any point that you're adding use to this, adding users, that it would create some sort of distribution of those expenses, or every time you add, it's the same number?
It's going to depend on the capital that needs to come on to meet the demand of those users. It is possible that you would get into a situation where you have sufficient capital and you would adjust the distribution at that time. I simply can't say yes or no, because we don't know what the future holds at this point.
So those costs to always add those lines, that's something that we always have to do? That's not something that we have the developer do, or?
So if the lines are for distribution, i.e. to various houses, that is built into a development cost, and the impact of that to our system is paid through an impact fee. But the transmission lines that get the water from the plant to service that development is a system-wide component. And those costs are allocated to the appropriate buckets. And if you are a retail customer, then you would pay that bucket if it applied to you. If you're a commercial customer, you would pay that bucket if it applied to you. Or if we are putting that line in to address a wholesale customer, then they would pay for that through impact fees and bear that cost by their development, not at the expense of our system. So that's why he can't give you a firm answer. Every one of those creates an allocation, and what we're trying to do with the help of Chris is to create a model. So when there's substantive change, we have the ability to address that before we get into something we don't want to be in. And then we have a regular method that every 6 months, because we're growing rapidly, that we are addressing those changes. But when we get the plant built and the system in place and it stabilizes, then once a year, every 2 years may be sufficient. So we're just trying to be able to make those adjustments as circumstances require. Does that make sense?
I think it's also important to realize that of a lot of the development that's coming, they're not all going to be wholesale customers. And so there will be transmission lines that we would install because we will be transmitting water that we are getting retail rates on. So, and that's another thing that's very hard to ask, is that we don't know of all the development that's coming, how many of them are going to be wholesale and how many of them, they might be in our ETJ right now and voluntarily annex and pay a retail rate and be done with it because of the very things that Linda talked about that we would not be doing to a wholesale customer. They may not want to be in the water business. And so it gets complicated quickly. Councilmember Rogers?
I just had a question about, you said on your number here of your 69,000, the revenue. So the 43 is what we would pay Aqua, is that correct? Is that pass through? I'm just curious, I mean, how much actually of it, because it doesn't show the...
So, and that's a really good point. I should have broken that out, and I can certainly do that. So $1 of the volumetric rate goes to Aqua, so that's basically 13,000 of the 26 goes to Aqua, and then 3,285 of the fixed charge goes to Aqua, so it'd be the 3,285 times 12. That would be the Aqua component. So, long way to say, a lot of it is the Aqua component. The city component is fairly small in all of this.
Okay, I just want to make sure we understood that that wasn't 69,000.
That's not 69,000 coming to the city coffers.
Right. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that
yes.
wasn't income coming to us. A lot of that is going to cover the cost of the water we're
Yes,
buying.
absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Any other questions on water? Okay. So moving on to wastewater. Wastewater is very similar to water, but we do have one different component in wastewater. So on the water side, we have Aqua, where we're buying water, we're transmitting that water. On the wastewater treatment side, we own the plant. We are going to have to expand the plant to provide wholesale treatment service. So when we look at wastewater, we have to think about it a little bit differently. What we're going to ask the wholesale customer to do is to subscribe to capacity in our plant, and they are going to pay for that capacity in our plant. So that's different. We've got Aqua on the water side. We're buying water from them, transmitting it. Here, we own the facility. We own the treatment facility. And so the wholesale customer will be asked to buy capacity in that. We're going to walk through that calculation. Okay? So as we look at it, there is a debt service component. That is the buying into the plant. We're actually going to talk about that as the last thing. We then have a very small customer charge because we're going to have to send this customer a bill. So they're going to pay for us to bill them. And then there is a volumetric component that covers 3 elements. And in that volumetric element, we cover the flow in the line. We also cover the strength constituents of the wastewater. So when you think about wastewater, there's just the actual flow. There's water. But then there's things in that water. And the things that are in that water, that costs us money to treat that.
Trey calls those the heebie-jeebies.
The heebie-jeebies, yes. So BOD stands for Biochemical Oxygen Demand. TSS is Total Suspended Solids. So when I say BOD and TSS, that's the heebie-jeebies that we're having to treat out of the water. And so we've gone through this calculation to make sure that our cost, our per 1,000-gallon rate, covers not only the flow, but covers the treatment of the heebie-jeebies. Okay? So on the rate structure, again, we've got a very small customer charge. All that covers is billing. That's the customer service cost to send them a bill. There's the volumetric charge per thousand, which handles the flow and the BOD and TSS, and then there's the capacity reservation fee, where they are reserving capacity in our plant. Basically, they are paying a portion of our debt service to expand that plant.
So we don't meter wastewater. How are you calculating that if you're
On the wholesale side, you can meter wastewater. You don't meter wastewater from a retail basis, but you typically do on a wholesale basis. So you've got a lot more flow coming through, so it's a different metering setup.
pretty accurate?
So that is a very good question, though. So on the wastewater side, the customer charge, very small, $2.23 a month. That's for us to read the meter, that's for us to send them a bill, process everything, a very small charge. That's basically what you charge your customers right now in the rate structure, a very small element for billing. The larger charge here is the volumetric charge. So just to handle the water, not the heebie-jeebies, but the water, that's $2.36 per 1,000 gallons. We then have assumed that the wastewater would have a normal domestic strength load. What that means is the water coming from the wholesale customer is of the same sewage quality as is coming from a regular retail customer. That it's no different. It's what's going down the drain out of your shower. It's what's going through your toilet, going through your dishwasher, going through your washing machine. It's the same quality of wastewater. And so that's how we've set this rate. When you add up those components, it's $3.83 per 1,000 gallons. That's what they would be paying, would be $3.83 per 1,000. That's the flow rate.
This is for each customer in that.
So
That's not for the development, it's for each customer.
this for every 1,000 gallons that development that they send to the city to be treated, it's $3.83 per 1,000. Yes, sir. It's still a bill going to the developer. Exactly.
$2.23 doesn't sound like very much.
Well, again, you're sending they as a wholesale customer are one customer, so you're sending them one bill 12 times a year.
Okay.
So that's why that charge is so small. Okay? So as we look at this, if we take that customer charge, again, that's $27 a year just to bill them. That's not much. That gets lost in the rounding in this. The volumetric revenue, $383. Now again, you heard me say earlier when we talked about 250 gallons per day, 200 gallons per day. We're still trying to flesh that out. When these developments come in, they're going to have to tell us what that demand is going to be. So for purposes of this calculation, we've got 16,425 million gallons of sewage. When you take the 383 multiplied by that, your volumetric revenue is 62,908. So again, that number may come down if their water comes down. It may go up if they're taking more water. It depends upon the size of the development. This is just a sample calculation that you're looking at here. But when you take that annual revenue, divide it by the volumes, you get the effective rate of 383. This does not include the treatment plant yet. Okay? That's a separate element to this, but that's how we get to the 383 on the slide you see here. So let's talk briefly about the debt service component. Based on the numbers that I've been provided at this cost of the treatment plant expansion and collection lines that are going to be needed, that's about $62.6 million. Now that's principal and interest. That's total cost based on the debt schedules I've seen. So that's not just principal, that includes the interest cost as well. They're going to pay both principal and interest.
Are there any collection lines for future development, or is that all of that cost only for existing customers?
These lines are representative of the system that we have discussed with you to this point. So if there are anything beyond the distribution lines that are required to expand the system beyond phase 1, they're not included in this. So this is the distribution line to get it from wastewater treatment plants 1 and 2 across. This is what we call the Nixon line that goes north of 71 south. There's a distribution line that's probably around 969 that comes south, and then we will have a distribution line along 71 that ties in. So,
So if I had my budget book with me, it would be those lines?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So of that cost is going to get us 2 million gallons per day is the estimate right now. So when you take that cost divided by the gallons, that's 31 per gallon that you're looking at there. Our gallons per household, our living unit equivalent that we talked about earlier was 250. So when you take the 31 multiplied by 250, the capacity reservation fee per house is $7,826.47. So when the development comes in, when the wholesale customer comes in, they're going to have capacity in the plant, and that is going to cost them $7,800 per house, and they're going to subscribe to capacity in that plant. Any questions on that calculation?
So that's over a period of time, though, that cost for us. They're going to have to pay it up front, but that's calculated over the life of the payoff.
This is calculated over the life of the payoff. We really haven't discussed how to structure that. Whether you structure it as a one-time fee, you could potentially build it as another rate into the contract. That's really up to you how you want to negotiate that contract and go through that process. In terms of cash flow, it's best for you to collect it as a one-time fee up front. But that's a point of negotiation.
I have a question. You had said on the last screen about it was all, household waste. It wasn't anything that's like commercial wise. And I'm not sure if, just as an example, you say the Colony has got that big commercial part in the very front. I don't know if that's all tied into their stuff. What if they have a commercial aspect of their, you know what I'm saying?
So if they have, and it's typically an industrial user that will screw up the biosolids, the heebie-jeebies. Typically what happens is that going in that you're going to have a customer that does that. Chris can get into the specifics, but here's what I will tell you, is typically a customer like that is metered, and you do water samples, and we know what's coming out of the plant, and as long as we have factored them into our treatment, they're fine. But also built into this contract will be called penalties and surcharges. So when you surcharge our system because you're generating more than peak flow, or what we think you should be sending us is worse than we actually got, you have to pay the treatment cost of that. And we will then bill back at the end of the year to that customer and say, you surcharged our system, or you changed the way we had to do our treatment, and you'll pay for that, not our system. So there are policies and processes that are factored into the way we will operate the system daily to ensure that is taken care of.
So is that part of the meter? That meter monitors not only how much, but the quality? I mean, how would you know?
It's my understanding that happens at a plant level.
You do it at the plant level, but you would also do grab samples. So you would have a person go out and actually take a grab sample of the wastewater, take it back to the lab and test it. So there's a process involved with that where you do random sampling at certain times, and you do that once a month. If it's bad enough, you may do it more than once a month. So there's a whole operations process behind that.
And so is that initiated by what you get, and you can tell where certain regions or areas are, or is that just part of the process in general?
Ultimately, if you know that you have a potential industrial customer coming in, you would start the grab sampling process when that customer comes in. So there are many rules and regulations around that. And another reason you do the surcharging, you want to make it economic. You want to provide them a disincentive, effectively. You want them to send you domestic strength or better water. And so you want to make sure that the fee they pay, they're incentivized to clean up the wastewater on their side, what we call pre-treatment, before they send it to you. So that's all part of that process.
And if we get to the contract piece, it's addressed in the contract.
generally it's a known user.
Yes.
It's driven by use. It's a manufacturing
Yes.
process. It's heads and tails of a distillation process. It's
You're not
know
you're
who
not
the
going to have a
candidates
house
are.
come in. I mean, I guess you could, but you're going to know there's a problem. They're going to be putting things down the sewer that they shouldn't be putting down there. You're going to know.
Where this would get complicated is if we had numerous industrial users that had different discharges that could cause problems, but as we've talked about, we would know going in what the chemical makeup is, and it is amazing what the testing capabilities of our samples could be, and that we'll track back to, and that gets worked out just in an operational.
So you have like, if you have industrial user, there's going to be something in place on their end that's they're basically treating it before they give it to you. That's standard. They may or may not.
They may
or may not.
But if you know that there's going to be an issue, right?
Right.
So what could happen in a case like that, council member, is if we had a situation where one of our wholesale customers was getting one of those big manufacturing companies, we would probably have a seat at the table to negotiate that, and depending on what it is, it could be an additional structure added to your wholesale rate, and because sometimes they just require different levels of treatment, and they would need to pay for that. So these contracts are fluid. As I like to tell staff, Moses didn't bring this off the mountain, and it's not etched in stone. It's a fluid process that we will consistently be tweaking over the life of that plant. Just when the circumstances change, there'll be a mechanism for us to go back and make sure that we're covering and allocating costs. And I'll go back to my bucket analogy, that the right bucket's paying for the right cost.
So a good example, though, if you had a mixed-use development inside of that mud, and they had a commercial section, and they decided to put in a brewery or something like that and require pretreatment, or they could pay the surcharge. So if there's a commercial piece inside the residential and an overall development.
But again, this is breweries, this is food manufacturers, this is paint factories, chemical I mean,
It's known.
you're
Known
going to
as
know.
yes. So you're calling it a capacity reservation fee, and it's not an impact fee yet.
This is under a wholesale, this is a contract. This
So
is
they
two parties.
Won't pay an impact fee.
Not necessarily. It comes back to what the parties agree to in the contract.
Okay.
On the wastewater side, they will not pay an impact fee associated with the plant. They may pay an impact fee on the water side. Ideally, they should, because they are they are part of the system. They are using that capacity with the new growth, but ultimately, it's what the parties agree to.
Gotcha.
Okay.
One more question on my part. This is wastewater. You say per household, so they have to tell us how many households they're going to have?
Yes,
Or
they're going to have to tell you up front, we have 380 homes coming in. We have 500 homes. They are going to have to reserve that capacity because you have to plan.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Ennis, this is where, when staff meets with developers, the conversation gets still. Crickets chirp, because there's real money. So if you've got, for round numbers, 8,000, and you're building 100 homes, they're going to spend real money. And it's always a question of timing. They don't care that they have to pay it. What they care is when they have to pay it. If they have to write the check before they have people paying for it, they squeal. If they can backload that and they can pay for it when a house sells or they've got a cash flow revenue stream, then they're fine. It's a pass-through. So part of what we're going to have, and it'll be a separate conversation, is we're going to have to figure out what the sweet spot for us is, and how accommodating can we be before it puts us in a bind. So what he's saying to you is, if you choose to charge it this way, here's what it's going to cost. And so when we get down to the reality of the situation, then that will be a policy decision. And it could be that you're willing to give options. We don't care how you pay it, but you're going to either pay it up front or you're going to have to pay it at this point in time, but you're going to have to pay it. Or it could be that we have to have the money to make this work, and we don't care that it puts you in a bind. If you want our stuff, you have to pay it up front. So all he's doing is telling you what it costs, not how you're going to collect it. How you're going to collect it, we'll have to have that conversation before you adopt this permanently. But this is just the allocation, not how you get it. Does that make sense?
Another element to think about, and we were having this discussion before the meeting, you are providing centralized wastewater treatment service in this case. That impacts the density with which the development can occur. You can put more than one home per acre here. If you didn't have this, if you weren't providing this service, then there's going to be limitation on that development. They can probably only put one home per acre. That changes the economics of development substantially. And so when these wholesale customers come in, they're going to be looking at the economics of it. What do they need to do? What does the density of that development have to be for them? So while that's a big number, I'm not disputing that at all. There are other economics in effect here when you look at the density of the development.
But we also need to tell the whole story, and that is they also have the opportunity to do a MUD. It's just math. We're running a business, they're running a business, and so yes, if they're all on septic systems, it's a 1 acre lot kind of thing, but that's not the only, it's not like it's 1 acre or pay us.
Exactly.
There is an intermediate.
Yes.
So for the purposes of today, we're trying to understand those costs, but the policy is for this council to set, because the extreme can be put the burden on our existing taxpayers, which you will do over my dead body, and I think the rest of us, we don't want that to happen. And the other extreme is you make the next new developer pay for all of the sins of the past and pay an unfair share. And that, in my opinion, that's an equally bad option. So there truly is a sweet spot of what's reasonable and respectable, that's competitive, that's, we want to be, it's the classic when you make an offer on a car and they take it too fast and you're like, man, I should have lowered that. We want to hit that sweet spot where we're being fair and reasonable, we're putting the municipality in a fiscally safe place, and where we're not trying to abuse folks that are going to be our neighbors and a part of our community. So, but I think what you're trying to explain today is one way or another, this is where the money's coming. Because one of the things is the classic, if you pay up front, you've got all of the interest for the whole time, and if you get the money up front, then then you're not paying for all of that. It's just math.
It's just
we
math.
just need to set the policy and work out the math.
Yes, ma'am.
But I think Linda's point is once council sets policy, it is, in my opinion, a bad idea to have a different policy depending on who the developer is that's walking through the door. That puts staff in an absolutely impossible place. So we need to come up with a reasonable policy, know that we may have to fine-tune it, then there's a point that you fine-tune it a little further apart because you're not having huge swings. But I think it's really important that we think about it. It's the classic, would you sign up for this deal? And then be consistent so that we treat everybody the same way. Is that, all right.
I have a question before you go off, and I understand this $8,000 isn't upfront or before you build it, whenever we collect it. But in the fees of the wastewater coming in, the fee rates that you have come up with, those will not only cover, I'm sure it does, but it will not only cover all what it takes to clean it all up, get all the heebie-jeebies or whatever we call them out, but it also any maintenance on pipes and everything else. So it's covered everything that we don't want to sell it to you for $3, it's going to cost us $4 to fix it.
Right. No, this covers your cash needs to do what you need to do to run your
And
operation.
keep it running.
Yes.
All right. I just want to make sure it's going to keep it running. Not
So
just
I want to address that, council member, because that is an excellent question. One of the things that we talked about last year at your March 2017 Saturday marathon meeting on water wastewater was Curtis and Trey have worked very hard to put together a maintenance plan done right and done well. Not what we've done in the past, but what we need to do to run a well-maintained system that, and our internal why statement is that we're to build capital projects that ensure the asset meets or exceeds its useful life. And the only way that happens is if good maintenance happens. So Curtis and Trey have put together a schedule. So our pumps are replaced when they need to be replaced. Our water tanks are painted and cleaned when they need to be cleaned. We're doing a sufficient number of smoke tests. That assumes that we're going in and we're fixing pipes when they need to be replaced. They built those schedules. Those are built into our rates, and Curtis is exercising those schedules, and he stays on track, and that's part of what water and wastewater do every day. So at the end of the year, we have done exactly what TCEQ standards have said as good maintenance on our system, and that's built into our rate, and that is an operational practice that's just non-negotiable. That's just the way we do business.
Thank you.
That's all I have on the rate side, unless there are any other questions.
So this is a lot of information to absorb. And so now that you have seen it, my suggestion is that you process it, and then we will bring back to you some of the policy conversations that you need to have, and that is when does the money come in? Because that really is a policy question. The purpose of this discussion and what I want you to walk away from is the numbers are what the numbers are. We have hopefully built a process that's fair, it's transparent, it's passed through, and we are going to routinely have these conversations. So is there any question that you have for Chris that you think, this was a lot of information because this is kind of new? Is there anything that's just kind of sticking in your mind? I don't really have an answer for that, because now's the time to make sure you have the answer for that.
My one question is, I don't know if there's anything to compare this to, but if they sit down and they start looking at it, how does that, is there anything to compare it to?
Did you not put together a model that had comparison data to it?
As far as wholesale rates, we do not have that at this time, but we can compare with other wholesale providers, but again, just as we did the comparison with retail, it's not apples to apples. It's very different. You are coming in as a new wholesale provider. That is a very different circumstance than being an existing wholesale provider. At the same time, you're passing through wholesale water that you're purchasing and passing that through. So I will do what I can to pull together some comparisons for you, but I don't know that it's going to be necessarily a worthwhile exercise because I don't know what it's going to tell you.
I'm not so interested in the water, wholesale water side, as when they look at that $8,000 per household.
But that's over 25 years.
Yeah. Say what?
That's over 25 years. That's a steal any day of the week, isn't it?
It is a steal, especially when you look and compare with other impact fees out there. Again, that is, the cost is what the cost is. That's the cost for financing and constructing a 2 million gallon per day plant and people buying capacity in that plant. If you go out and you do that anywhere in the state right now, it's going to be that cost or more potentially. So again,
that's what I'm looking for.
You're right. It's not a matter of are you more cost effective than another provider. The only comparison you could even make would be if somebody could go and set up their own plant and do it themselves. What would it cost them? Well, if they're building a 2 million gallon per day plant, that's what it's going to cost them. It may actually cost them more if their financing is more expensive. So what we tried to do is set this up that if you go out and you do the exact same thing, that's what you're going to pay. It's the same cost.
So another thing that makes this attractive is we're already going to have the capacity. It's built. You're just buying into the next expansion and so on and so forth. So that's instant buying into the system with our 18 months out or whatever we need to do to build. Instead of when they decide to build their own plant, you're talking 3 years of permitting, engineering, and that the market may not be good by the time they get started.
And there's economies of scale as well.
That's right.
You can do a package plant, but there's problems that go
Well,
on
package
with a package
plants,
plant.
they're notorious for issues. So,
But these are not generic numbers or generic formulas. These are based on real hard numbers. And
Yes,
the
sir.
numbers are what they are.
yes, sir.
And so with we can show the empirical data that comes with those numbers and show how we arrived at that.
Absolutely.
Because there is nothing you can really compare it to.
No, that is absolutely true.
So some of the things, and I'm going to make these comments, and you guys can agree or disagree, but I'm trying to help you know some of the questions we may ask when we start having the policy conversation. And that is, I think it's completely different if you're buying capacity that's not going to be available for 2 years, or if you're buying capacity that's available the next day. And if they will buy some of that capacity now, knowing that it's not going to be available for a while, that gives us money up front to help with the interest. It helps us know how to size some lines, where some of that
Yes.
demand might be.
Yes.
So to me, that's some of the things that we need to weigh. And if it's over a 25-year, I've learned things can change in 25 minutes, not to mention 25 years. So it doesn't seem reasonable to say the rate on day one is the same as buying capacity on day 24 years later. So
Correct.
I would there's a time value of money, and to your point, Trey, it's pretty awesome to say, hey, home builder, come pull down my lots because you can turn that lot tomorrow, or hey, I need the money, but we don't have capacity for X amount of time.
Yes.
So I think that's some of the things we need to consider.
So it's not just cut and dry. I mean, you can have different levels of participation. It's typical, right?
Yes, and so because, well, and some, not to further complicate this, that's Chris's point. Depending on where communities are in their growth depends on the flexibility. We're building this, we're paying for it, so we have a real interest in your money now. So that's going to be a policy conversation that y'all will wrestle with. Now, that's not to say when we build this plant and we're 10 years into it, things may have stabilized and leveled off, and we can then negotiate when you pay it. And that's Chris's point. There's no way to compare apples to oranges because every community is in a different place trying to address the same problem, which is the toilets have to flush and the water has to run. But that could take on a million different ways. That's why it has to be a policy conversation, and when we bring it back to you, we will bring you some more information from which to make the decision and how you get the money. But tonight was just, this is the cost. It is what it is.
Really good job, Chris. Any other questions, council, for Chris?
Oh, actually not for Chris, but them knowing that we need the money now because we're building it now also gives them a hand in the negotiation that, oh, you want my money now because there's no there.
Well,
They'll know that's all known anyway.
Yeah. That's
Well, and to the point that it might or might not, because the cost isn't negotiable. So if you don't want to pay this, then you have another option, and that's go build it yourself. But here's what the cost is. So I think part of what Trey's point on about permitting doesn't get easier. It only gets more complicated. And if you don't have a permit today, it's a 3-year process that you hope goes well. There's no guarantees it will. And so part of what we're doing is protecting the permit we've got and expanding it because we don't want to hope it goes well either. And so there's so much unknown in the regulatory side of it, It's like, it makes for good negotiation when everybody knows what the other cards you're holding. So yeah, you can play hardball with me, but I'm going to play hardball back with you. Okay, take your chances with TCEQ. Well, I don't want to do that. Okay, well then you want to write me a check? Well, I don't want to do that either. So what do you want to do? So we all know the rules to engagement. What we need from council when that time comes is just to be able to sit down to the developer and say it's not personal. It is what it is. Here's our circumstances. Here's what it's cost. And in reality, we just got to have this. And if you want to do business, that's right. And if you want to do business with the city of Bastrop, we'd love to have you as a customer, but we can't negotiate with you because this is based on what we've got to have. That's right. That's the best place for staff to be. The worst place you can put us is not give us those answers, and if they don't like us, they go see the mayor, or they call Mayor Pro Tem, and they get different answers. Then we're just superfluous. So we just need the consistency, so it doesn't matter who they call, the story doesn't change. Just watch the film, tape at 11, this is what we said, this is why we said it. And when they realize that, they'll be okay. They may not like it, but they'll appreciate the upfront honesty and consistency of the conversation.
Well, and if I can bring it back to our retail discussion, you are the board of directors of a business. This is a business decision that you're engaged in at this point. And so you have to look at it in that context. Your investors, your owners, are your citizens. They own your facilities. They own your water and wastewater system. They have paid rates. They have invested in that. And so you need to protect their interest in this process. But ultimately, this comes back to it is a business that you're running.
It's certainly an open process. We have a fixed cost on there. The contractor is going to provide the assurances from both ends, I would hope. We're going to deliver a product, and you're going to pay us for that product, and here's the cost of that product. It's fairly simplistic when you actually look at it. And we're just being upfront and honest, and if you want to play, as the city manager said, come play.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think the way I look at the big picture is most of these large developers and contractors, they've got a pretty good idea of what they're going to pay for impact fees before they walk in here. So they've got a good idea already.
If there's no additional questions for Chris, we're going to work through the contracts, but I'm going to ask you to stay there. Aaron, if you want to join him at the table, we're going to walk through the high points. Trey will walk through that, and if you've got specific questions, the experts will be here to answer them for you.
So this has a little more to do with the contract itself, and we just want to talk about why they were important and how much work that Chris and Aaron have done together to make sure they integrate really well. But the reason we're doing this entire thing is fiscal sustainability, right? We know that's a goal of the council. That's what we've talked about on numerous occasions. And by providing the wastewater in our larger service area, that gives everybody a little more fiscal sustainability to maintain it. It'll allow us to stabilize the rates for our existing customers. So the more customers we can add to the overall base that's using that plant, it gives everybody a break on the bill eventually. And then manage growth. So again, it allows us to expand our wholesale water and wastewater inside of our current CCM, which what we talked about is much larger than our water. So why did we do this? We talked about wanting to develop a standard goal, which we've talked about that standard agreement, which we talked about tonight, and provide the one-stop shop for convenience in that sweet spot that we've been talking about all night. So it'd be much easier for one person to come in. We've already made a deal with Aqua. We've already made a deal with the electricity. Everything that we need is ready to go, and you can stop here and get that done, which will be much easier for us to manage in the future and not spend so much time and provide better customer service. And then the proposed agreements will provide consistency in the rate structure for future wholesale customers. This is our current wastewater lines in our system. This is just an example of Aqua's water lines outside of our city limits. And then here's the overlay of our CCN and Aqua's water lines. So you can see how small our current sewer system is, but you can see how much room we have to grow. And now there's available water since we've made that deal with Aqua. So it's going to be potential area for growth is huge. It's 3 times larger than our current water CCN. So we're just going to talk about what's in there real quick. Aaron, again, can probably answer most of the questions, but in the a lot of it's boring engineering stuff and attorney severability clauses and things of that nature. But what we're going to talk about in here is the commitments to each other in Article 2. We're going to talk about the phasing. So how many units do you want right now in the first phase? How many units do you want in phase 2? We're going to talk about the peak flows. You have a certain peak flow amount. We're going to talk about the wastewater strength. So if you know you're going to have a commercial area, this is all going to be components of the contract. So we're going to know that information up front that we've been talking about. And they'll say, we plan on having a whole commercial section over here, and it's going to be manufacturing.
All of these will translate into the form of an application. And so the application process the developer that wants the wholesale agreement will do. And that application then will get plugged into this draft contract, and those elements will be known, and if they impact the rate, will be adjusted accordingly.
Another component is we're going to be the sole provider, right? This is a commitment we make to each other. We're expanding our permit. We're expanding our plant. We're making a big investment here, so this is where we're going to commit to each other and get that done. The retail responsibility is defined in the contract, which means anything on the retail side of their meter, they maintain and they take care of, whether it's a district, commercial customer. And then we talk about curtailment of service and what kind of tragic things need to happen just in case something does happen and we need to cut back service. The Article 3 is the design and the construction of the facilities. So again, we just talk about the responsibility of who designs what, who's responsible for maintaining what, and when we get notification of the construction, inspection, so we get to go in and inspect all that infrastructure, because again, back to our mission statement, or back to our values, is to make sure it's built right to exceed the life of the expected life or even longer. So by going in there and making this agreement, we'll be able to see, just say for example, they do annex at a certain time. We want to make sure that infrastructure is in good shape before we take it over. We'll know that because we'll inspect it ahead of time. Then we'll discuss the ownership of the infrastructure. So the metering point and the connection point, which again is defined in here, will be built and designed by the district, and then the ownership will be transferred over to the city, right, upon our approval, and then we would manage and watch that.
If I can speak to that right quick, as far as the ownership of the meter, why is that important? That's your cash register. You want to own that. They can construct it, but you own it.
So the design and the construction responsibility of the plant, that solely falls upon the city. Of course, they can buy capacity and things like we talked about. And then we're going to have as-built requirements as well in these agreements. So once you build that system, we have a good set of drawings that we can upload into our GIS. Article 4 is the design and construction of wastewater facilities. Again, it just talks about the ownership and maintenance of the flow meters. Who's going to take care of that? It's going to be our meter. It's our cash register. It's going to address how we do billing adjustments, because sometimes those things get clogged up and they don't work always as well. There's sometimes solids that can throw things off, so we're required to make sure there's a 5% variance, and that's it. Again, most of these questions, I didn't talk about the rates and the wholesale billing. Chris did such a good job. I figured we just touched on the high-level stuff. But Article 8, where the wastewater quality, this again is what we were talking about. The strength of the BOD, the total suspended solids, and the remedies for if you do a prohibited discharge. So if you discharge something and we do that sample and find out that something's wrong, we'll go back and find out where it's at, and there's a fee associated with that.
And the reason that's important is that all of this is being treated on our permit. So that's right. So when TCEQ doesn't like something, they're going to fine the city of Bastrop, not this contract. They could care less about this contract. So we have to be able to go back and make sure that whatever penalty we get, we can be stiffer than that, because we do not want this to happen.
Yes. And then again, there's the testing and sampling requirements that'll be addressed in the wastewater. So, and again, like you said, it's a monthly grab generally, and then we go on and move forward. Again, the standard for the wastewater connections, we talked a little about this again, it's to make sure there's no inflow and infiltration, so they're going to have to, we're going to monitor that point of the connection. We're going to know if those flows are higher than they usually are, right? Because there's that standard 250 per house. But if they're not maintaining their system, we're going to get infiltration, inflow. We're going to catch that at the meter, then we're going to address it through this contract.
One of the things that we will need to have a conversation about. And I'm going to plant this seed because it will be managed differently than you would manage it on a retail basis. So we experienced some surcharge during Hurricane Harvey. And we had a sense based on what part of our system was surcharging. So Curtis and his team went out and addressed that particular development. And we had almost 200 caps off the,
The clean out cap.
Clean out, thank you. I just did a brain dump. So we went out and we fixed that system. And so what I've said to you today is that because we've had some maintenance challenges, we now have a system in place that we're maintaining to prevent that from happening. You want your wholesale customers to make that a priority. And because they're not treating it and it's not their permit, it's not a priority to them. So this is when the stick matters. And you want to put a really big stick out there so that they don't surcharge. They do take care of their business. Because if you don't, it impacts our permit and our relationship with TCEQ, and it's not my problem. So when we bring this back to you to begin to put some cost associated to it, it's opposite of the way you would take care of your citizens that are your ratepayers. But you're in control of the maintenance of the system, and you can control both sides of the equation. When you have a wholesale relationship, you lose that. So you need to make that penalty provision substantial enough that they want to maintain their system because they don't want to write you the check. So I want to make that point because that's opposite of the way we would normally conduct our business. But we have to remember what we are and aren't in charge of.
So if we were truly want to, this is at the point in the contract where we'll truly stress that we need to all share the same values on how to run the system. And then we'll have testing criteria that goes along with the contract.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Mike, just on the same note that you were making, you were saying that you set up this model on the premise that people would be using 250 gallons or 250 something. What was it?
The 250 gallons per day.
Per day.
Per
Okay.
household, yeah.
But you said it was ideal if people used 160 gallons per day.
In terms of water.
No, right.
Yes. Yes. That.
So this is wastewater.
This.
I understand. I'm sorry. I just was going back because you're talking about like incentivizing people so they do the right thing. So I'm just wondering, could that be part of the discussion just to get the water use down? Because it is expensive to process, but I don't know, I'm just throwing it out.
My only caution there, because this is a wholesale contract and you're making a commitment, there needs to be a commitment on their end to pay. So you don't want a lot of variation between what the commitment is that you've made to them and the commitment that they're making to you. This is a different relationship than with a retail customer. A retail customer, you can price service to achieve those goals and objectives. Wholesale is a different side of the business. So while I appreciate what you're saying, and there may be ways to do that on the peaking factor to make sure that they're being an efficient customer, you don't necessarily want to go in on this conservation side as much as you do on the retail side. So it's just a different side of the business.
That's actually what I was talking about.
Right.
But anyway, I mean, I guess it's another conversation. Like I said, I was just bringing it up.
Right.
Because
Yes, ma'am.
of what you said.
Perfect. That's it. That's all I've got.
One thing that was brought to my attention was and I know the contracts may not be finalized, but we were saying that we didn't have fire flow in the water contract, and I thought we are going to fire the building with towers and everything else. Don't we have fire flow?
You have fire flow on your retail system for your customers. This
Okay.
is a wholesale contract. Do you want to commit to provide fire flow on their system? If they want to provide fire flow, that's a decision for them and how they design and operate their
So
system.
they could take the capacity and
Yes.
create their own
Yes.
fire flow on their
But
side.
you don't want to
Okay.
necessarily commit to provide them the amount of water at the pressure they need to have fire flow on their system. That is an internal business decision for the wholesale customer, not for you.
Thank you for clarifying.
So at this point in time, again, this is the starting point. We will begin to take the contract, finalize it, run some various scenarios, and craft our next conversation with you, because the end game is we need to adopt these rates, and we need to adopt a standardized contract. I'm sorry?
And set the policy.
Yes, ma'am, which would be a part of that adoption process. So if based on what I think I'm hearing tonight is y'all are comfortable with it is what it is to this point, and with that as a foundation, then we will craft the policy conversations around these elements so that y'all can begin to talk about those decisions, and then once those are made, we can bring you back something for adoption. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that I'm seeing everyone nod yes, but it's very complicated, and I don't want to set up the expectation that we're going to take one quick look at it at the next council meeting and approve it.
I'm not confused, ma'am.
But yes, I think everyone's ready to have the policy conversation and get going. Okay.
And I will tell you this because I can almost write it down. This will be great until we sit down with a couple of developers, and then they'll raise questions we hadn't thought about, and we'll come back and visit again.
I'm pretty sure my phone's ringing in my office right now.
Yes, ma'am.
So it is 6:16, and we are now in recess, and we will come back to order at 6:30 with our regular meeting. Thank you very much. Start our meetings on time, but we had to wait till 6:30 before we could start our meeting. So I have a couple things I need to do first. As authorized by Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, this meeting may be convened into closed executive session for the purposes of seeking confidential legal advice from the city attorney on any item on the agenda during the meeting. The City of Bastrop reserves the right to reconvene, recess, or realign the regular session or called executive session or order of business at any time prior to adjournment. I want to encourage, if there's anybody who wants to speak about an item on the agenda, you need to get your cards turned in to the city secretary. I also want to let everyone in the audience know that item 10C has been pulled, so if you are here for that item, you'll be disappointed, but that'll be pulled. We'll take care of that at another time. So it is 6:30, and I'm calling this meeting to order. We are so lucky today, y'all. I'm so excited. We have the ASL Club and Bastrop Regional Day School Program for the Deaf here. They are from Mena Elementary. The club is kindergartners through 4th grade. If you are in that club, if you would please come forward and turn around and face the audience, I'm going to talk about you a little bit. This club was started by Leanna Hodges. It is in its 3rd year, and the kids that were picked that are in this club have a student in their classroom that's deaf. So they are learning sign language so they can visit and be able to communicate with the other kids in their classroom. So I think the fact that Mena Elementary has a teacher that's willing to do that and that these young people are willing to do that deserves a round of applause. So I gave them special permission to not face the flag when we say the pledge, because they are going to say the pledge and sign the pledge for you at the same time, and I wanted the audience to be able to see them signing. So ladies and gentlemen, if you will please stand and place your hand over your heart. Okay, kids, I pledge Okay, and now we're going to say the Texas flag, and they all know what's the first word. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Ms. Hodges, if you'll please come stand with your club. I know there's parents and lots of people that want to take pictures. Why don't you guys join up so it might be a little bit easier to get pictures? You want to put them, make them 2 rows deep maybe. Okay, and the kids are going to stay up front, and I'm going to ask Chaplain Bob Long to please come forward. If you would please remain standing. Pastor Long is going to give our invocation tonight, and the kids are going to help him.
Please join me in prayer. Father God, as we come before you now, great thanksgiving for these young people, the next generation, to be leaders in Bastrop. We thank you for Bastrop. We thank you for the very privilege that we can live and work and play and pray right here in Bastrop City Council chambers. We pray for our mayor, our city council, our city manager, our Bastrop Police Department and fire departments, those who watch for our safety. We thank you for this meeting. We ask that you give wisdom to this council tonight as they make decisions. May they be led of you, Lord. And we pray for good and godly decisions that would bless us all. Thank you for blessing Bastrop. Help us to be a blessing to those in our community and beyond. Lord, we just pray for those who will present tonight. Give us ears to hear and eyes to see what's being said, that you might be glorified. And it's in your name we pray, Lord Jesus. Amen.
You can be seated, and kids, you guys are free to go. Let's have a round of applause for the adults that got them here tonight. Pretty sure that's the highlight of the evening, you know? Pretty sure. Okay, Colin, let's rock and roll. Before we get started on my mayor's report, I'm on item 5A. There were 2 things that I wanted to bring to everyone's attention. One of them is very timely based on the item that we talked about earlier this evening on our water and wastewater. I received a letter from TCEQ that Bastrop has once again received the superior status for a drinking water system. That does not happen accidentally, and I'd like a round of applause for Curtis Hancock and all those folks. The important thing is to note that it is a superior system again. So you can feel good when you're drinking water knowing that you're drinking very good quality water. The other thing I wanted to do, Commissioner Hamner was so nice to share with me that there were a group of folks from the Lost Pines chapter of Texas Master Naturalists, Trash Pandas, and Track Adventure that did quite a bit of trash pickup. They had 9 people that worked on Saturday, February 16th, and picked up 180 pounds of trash, which is a fairly remarkable thing to do. It makes me sad that there was that much available to be picked up, but I would rather it be picked up than left where it was. So very, very thankful to them for doing that. Colin, if we'll go to the first page, not a lot of pictures in this one between February 1st and the 14th. I am a deputy voter registrar. I did my renewal. It's that time. If you are not registered to vote and you live inside the city limits of Bastrop, I would encourage you to become a registered voter. Please come see me. I can help you make that happen.
We had our first SIP, we had the SIP Shop and Swirl, which was Rebecca's first event, and she did a great job. We're very proud of Rebecca Gleason, so we're happy about that. I attended the February Chamber Luncheon, and Chief Altgeld gave us all some training on active shooter, which is one of those things in our society you wish you didn't have to be trained on, but it's a reality, and Chief Altgeld did a great job. I also attended the FCI Quarterly Community Relations Luncheon. They had a special theme for Valentine's because it was held on Valentine's. We had a great job. And those of you who know me know that my husband comes to a few things with me, but not a lot. But I did make him go to the chamber banquet. So there's a couple pictures there from the chamber banquet, and we all had a really good time. Then on the next page, you will see we are coming to the close of our It's Time Texas Community Challenge. I think I did 6 workouts from when it started to when I did this workout, and it was hard. Oh, please don't zoom in on that, Colin. That's a little embarrassing. They were mean, and it was long, and I was very sweaty, and but it was good to get it done. I want to acknowledge that although the summary says when I had to turn in this report that the community had lost 40 pounds, we've now lost 52 pounds. That is definitely a small child, and we've accrued more than 342,000 points. For the planned events, the things that I said I was going to do between the 15th and the 26th, I did do the stationary bike. We're not a competitive group, much are we, Mayor Pro Tem Nelson? Mayor Pro Tem Nelson, myself, and Chief Altgeld, and we were all posting how many miles we'd ridden in our 30 minutes, and it was a very friendly competition raising money for a good cause. I also attended with Mike Camerlander the TEDC Legislative Conference. Thanks to Susan Smith, I was invited and attended the TTIA dinner. I went to the Empty Bowl function on Saturday and unfortunately did not make it to the Children's Advocacy Center. Those functions were at the same time, and I thought I was going to be able to dodge and do both, and I just haven't mastered being in 2 places at the same time yet. I was at the BEDC monthly meeting yesterday, and here we are tonight. Tomorrow, myself, Mayor Pro Tem Nelson, and Councilmember Ennis will be attending the TML Elected Officials Conference in San Marcos that is Wednesday, Thursday, and part of Friday. Friday, Texas Independence Day, city offices will be closed. On March 2nd, there is a Zumbathon at Body Toners to raise money for the Relay for Life. The Bastrop High School 4-H livestock sale will be going on, and there's a really great program called Texas Free Victory or Death at Bastrop Opera House, and I'll be doing that Saturday night. Monday, I've got library board. Draw your attention to the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast, which is on March 7th. Please feel free to join me. I think it's going to be a great time. Several of us will go to the TML Region 10 meeting, and then my goal is to run the 5K and finish the 10K, and there is a difference there. And then I will be at council on March 12th. I'm going to start with Councilmember Peterson because I am so happy to have him here today. We had a round of applause for him earlier, but I'd like to have another one.
Thank you, Mayor. To the Council, City Manager, and to all the people of Bastrop, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all your thoughts and prayers. Right now, I think I'm not kicking. I'm still kicking, but I'm not kicking too high. But I think the mayor above has another plan for me. He says I'm not done yet. So again, thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Pierce. Councilmember Rogers? Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Mayor, how many events have you attended so far this year? I think it's over 40, isn't it?
It was 42 as of February 14th.
You wear me out. That's good. Just real quick, on the 13th, I attended the Clean Air Coalition. It's part of CAPCOG, our Council of Governments. We discussed several different items, adopting some new bylaws and attempting to find ways to continue the good work that the region's doing despite the cut out of state funding. We're still working with the state to hopefully they'll continue to fund these initiatives so that we can stay in compliance with all the Clean Air Acts. And then, as the mayor mentioned, I did ride a bike I'm going to go ahead and say what I rode. I rode for 11 miles in 30 minutes. But the chief did 19. Am I correct, Chief? Oh, I can't exaggerate. Oh, too early to exaggerate. Thank you. Thank you. But it was a great opportunity to raise money for the YMCA, which is an outstanding program that works with the city to bring programs to all of our citizens. But that's all I have.
Councilmember Ennis?
Nothing, Mayor, thank you.
Councilmember Jones? All right, we're moving on to page 2, City Manager's Report. City Manager?
Mayor and Council, I have just a couple of things. Over the course of the past week, several of you have asked some questions on behalf of folks in the community, and I wanted to follow up so that we have good communication and people appreciate the fact that we are hearing their concerns. Councilmember Rogers brought to my attention that there's some concerns relative to certificate of occupancy inspections. That's something that have not always occurred, and we've got some new businesses that have not had CO inspections and are curious as to what's involved and are concerned, and rightly so, and we don't want you to be concerned about that because it's always about life safety. So Rebecca Gleason, our Main Street coordinator, is going to be working with our fire chief and our building official, and we're going to be putting together some programming real soon, and we'll do a good job of advertising that, and we'll come out and explain the process of our inspections and what you can expect and what we're looking for, but more importantly, why the things we're looking at are important, so that you don't have to be scared of that. So I appreciate businesses bringing that to Councilmember Rogers' attention and us being able to resolve that. I think Mayor Pro Tem Nelson, the mayor, as well as Councilmember Ennis have been getting some questions about streetlights in North Bastrop. And so one of the things that we're going to be doing as a part of our code update is looking at our street light standards. And the question is not, do we have street lights? The question is the distance between street lights. And so one of the first things that we'll be bringing to council in March or April, besides sidewalk standards, is to be looking at what industry standards are for walkable communities in comparison to our standards, and if they need to be changed, then we will address that in the budget. But for those people that are bringing that to your attention, I want you to know we are listening, and we'll be bringing those policy conversations to the council in the very near future. There was also a question raised of Councilmember Jones relative to a food truck ordinance, and that is something that's in our work plan that we have been working on. It is now in our attorney's office, and so hopefully in the next couple of meetings we'll be able to get that on and get that adopted, and appreciate all of the work that Jennifer Beals, our Assistant Planning Director, has put into that project. So we're near the finish line, and we'll be able to get that finished as well. This is just kind of one of those things that I will say to the Construction Standards Board. I know you've mentioned to the mayor several times that you haven't had anything to do, so we're putting you on notice that you're fixing to be super, super busy. On Thursday, we are internally kicking off a process to begin to review the 2018 International Building Code, Fire Code, and Property Maintenance Codes. With the expectation that that will be turned over to the Construction Standards Board in early summer. So we're going to have a kickoff meeting internally this week, and then I believe at the first or second meeting in March, Mayor and Council, we will be bringing that schedule to you and getting your input relative to the process and expectations, and then we'll be sending out letters to all of the Construction Standard Board members so that they can anticipate what that process looks like. And your request of us is that we would have those adopted by the end of the year. So we have a schedule in place that makes that happen about the end of November. So good things coming. Now that the candidates have closed for council, there are 3 people running in place 5,
And I just want to draw everybody's attention to the December 11th, 2018 packet. Council adopted the election schedule, and should there be a runoff, the runoff election date has already been set, and that will be June 8th. So if there is a runoff in place 5, that date would be June 8th according to the schedule that was adopted by council in December. Mayor and council, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, City Manager. I do want to make one further comment on the runoff because some people know this and some people don't know this. It is not a matter of who gets the most votes on that day. You must have 51% of the vote. That's why it is
50.1.
50. You have to be over 50. So that may happen, that may not happen, but I know there are some folks that think that all you have to do is get the most votes, and that is not in our that's not how it's written in our charter. So we are following the rules of our charter. With that, I am moving on to the next item, which is 5D, receive annual racial profiling report from the Bastrop Police Department. Chief Altgeld.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, City Manager. I'm here to present the racial profiling report for 2018. On September 1st, 2001, Senate Bill 1074 was enacted, which basically we now know is a racial profiling law. Shortly after that enactment, the racial profiling criteria that we had to report was broken down into 2 different tiers. Tier 1 was a modified report if your vehicles were equipped with mobile video recorders and it was your policy to use them on traffic stops. You only had to report certain criteria: how many traffic stops you had, what the ethnicity of those persons were, whether you knew their ethnicity prior to the stop, whether a search was conducted, whether an arrest was made, and if the search was conducted, was it consensual? Well, on June 15th, 2017, Senate Bill 1949 was passed, and it changed the provision for a Tier 1 report that all law enforcement agencies now that conduct traffic stops in business file the complete entire report. The reason I'm telling you this is because it's going to look different than what you've seen the last several years, and I just wanted to explain why that was. So each year, the chief administrator of a law enforcement agency, for municipalities it's the police, for sheriff's office it would be the sheriff, are required to go to their governing body, city council, and provide this report. It's required to be filed with the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, Education and Standards by March 1st, and we've already submitted ours. So here are the results of our report. In 2018, we conducted 2,031 traffic stops that resulted in a warning being issued, a traffic citation being issued, an arrest accompanied by a warning, or an arrest accompanied by the citation. 2,031 stops. During those 2,031 stops, we had to break down the driver's gender, their race or ethnicity, whether we knew the race or ethnicity of the driver prior to the stop, where was the location for the stop, what was the reason for the stop, if we conducted a search, was the search consensual, and if we did conduct a search, was there contraband discovered in the search, and what type of contraband was it? So of the 2,031, we'll show that a little under 58% of our stops were made of male drivers, and just 42.25% were female drivers. The ethnicity was broken down to just under 0.25% we had for Alaskan Natives or Native Americans. 1.43% were Asian or Pacific Islanders. 11.42% were of the blacks or African Americans. 25.36% were Hispanic or Latino, and 61.60% were white males. I'll show you a demographic of how that breaks down in a later slide on how that breaks down to what our census of the city is. We can show how we're doing in that aspect, which is my segue to here. So as you can see, the census that we pulled for 2010 showed that we're just a little over 0.75% of makeup are within the city limits of Bastrop, are Alaskan Natives or Native Americans, and we had just under 0.25% of our stops included those people of that ethnicity. For our Asian and Pacific Islanders, 1.33% on the 2010 census, and we were 0.1% higher than that with 1.43%. Our black population for the 2010 census was 12.36%, and 11.42% of our stops dealt with drivers that were African American or black. Hispanics were 24.34%. We were 25.36%, and our white census for our whites were 61.19%, and our stops were 61.60%. So it shows that our statistics are pretty close to what our census and our makeup is, and normally that's not necessarily the case depending on what type of people you have coming into the city during the daytime, because those numbers may skew. If you remember last year, we had a little bit of elevated number of Hispanics or Latinos that we stopped, but if you look at the demographics of the county, there's a much higher percentage of Hispanics or Latinos that were there, but doesn't seem to be the case right now with us for last year. Of the 2,031 stops, 14 times we knew the ethnicity of the driver before we made the stop. And one might say, well, how would you know what the ethnicity was of the driver before you make the stop? Well, it's pretty simple. If I pull up next to you and I look over and I see that you're not wearing your seatbelt, I also can then determine, are you white, are you black, do you appear to look Hispanic or not? Or you may have common knowledge that Bob's on the road now and Bob doesn't have a driver's license, and I know Bob's white, so when we knew what the ethnicity of the driver was before the stop. Reasons for this stop: 1,253 stops were made for moving traffic violations. That could be speeding, running a stop sign. 49 were pre-existing knowledge. That goes back to the scenario that I gave you, that we knew Bob didn't have a driver's license or that his license was suspended. 659 were for vehicle traffic violations. Those are those pesky, you didn't have 2 license plates, or your turn signal wasn't working, or your headlight was out. And then 70 were for other violations of the law, such as we got a report that you conducted a shoplifting at one of our stores and you were leaving in a vehicle, so we stopped you for that. The location of the stops: 1,513 were done on our city streets. 5 of them were done on county roads, so sometimes some of our traffic stops do go outside the city limits, but by the time we were able to catch up and pull them over, they weren't on a numbered highway, which was 419 times. That would either be on 71, 95, Highway 21, and then 94 of those stops would be on private property or other locations where the stop actually ended up at. We conducted 112 searches during the 2,031 stops. That's a little bit over 5.5% of the time that we made a stop. We conducted a search. Of those searches, just under 20% were consensual. Just over 6% was when we saw something in plain view, whether it be an open container or some type of narcotic paraphernalia. 19% of the time was incident to arrest, where we effected arrest, whether it was for a warrant or for a DWI or some other offense. We did that. And inventory is when we're impounding the vehicle, and then our policy requires us to inventory the vehicle. That protects the city, that protects the record driver, and more importantly, that protects the driver of the vehicle so that their property is accounted for and it doesn't disappear from the time they pick up their vehicle. And last, the 40 for probable cause, or 36%, is if I stop the vehicle and the most common is I smell the odor of burning marijuana. That gives me probable cause to go ahead and conduct a search. Of the 112 times that we did a search, 66% or 66 times, a little under 59% of the time, we found some type of contraband. 46% or 46 times, just over 41%, we didn't find anything at that time. And the breakdown of what we found was 8 times was alcohol, 56 times were drugs, and 2 would be other things. It could be a firearm or some other type of contraband that you were not allowed to possess. I can tell you that since I've been with the Bastrop Police Department, there has not been one complaint of racial profiling. We are equipped that in the case that we do receive one, we have an outreach committee that meets on a quarterly basis. We talk about things that are going on in the community and the police department, but one of the things that we do is review traffic stops so that they see what is normal for a police officer, what is not normal for a police officer, so that if in the event we ever do receive one and they review it, they already know what is appropriate behavior as opposed to something that deviates from the norm. Also available, if you want to tell us how good we're doing, or if you have some constructive criticism or something we can improve, we take that Monday through Friday, 8 to 4 at the police department, and there's also a link online that you can reach out to us, and it tells you the same thing so that you can put that in there. I don't see anything in the report that concerned us, but I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Chief Algelt, you and your entire team doing a job. It's a pleasure to serve with you, and I really appreciate all the hard work.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Peterson?
Chief, I want to say thank you very much. It's a very good report. I'm not going to call you. I'm going to tell you now. You guys are doing a fantastic job.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on. Council, we're now on the first of our work sessions. 6A is receive an update from Kevin Shepard of Verdunity regarding the fiscal analysis model being developed as part of the fiscal sustainability requirement of the new proposed code revisions. Do you want to kick this off, Linda, or are we just straight to
Yes,
Kevin?
ma'am. Do you have the clicker? Yes,
I have
okay.
a clicker.
We kicked this off back, I believe, in September or October, And we have asked Kevin and Felix, who works with Kevin, to build a fiscal sustainability model. One of the things that came out of the comprehensive plan update that was adopted in 2016 was to build a fiscal impact model that would determine whether or not a development was fiscally sustainable. Y'all have tweaked that requirement and simplified it hugely. And the simplification is that you've asked Kevin to tell us where we are relative to fiscal sustainability, and then we're going to put the codes that you wish to adopt in this model, and they need to be fiscally sustainable, or you've indicated you don't have an interest in adopting them. And so that's going to help us not have to address fiscal sustainability necessarily on a case-by-case basis, but holistically where it matters greatly. This is Kevin's report in February. When we started this, we had thought that we would have more firm land use decisions made. So this is going to be the first step in a two-step process. Kevin's going to tell us tonight where we are relative to fiscal sustainability and what that looks like based on the codes we have on the books today. And then in the next few weeks, when some things are finalized, that information will be fed to Kevin and Felix, and they will update the model, and they will come back and then present that to you. So with that introduction, Kevin, please tell us where we sit.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, City Manager. Good to be here again. Good to see you, Mayor. We talked recently. I think this is just to give an update of where we've been so far. I think City Manager recapped it pretty well. But we started this focus looking at property tax revenue data. We moved into cost projections and allocations, which I'll talk a little more about our philosophy there here in a second. And then here most recently, we've been looking at projecting what your cost and your return on investment is of your current land use plan and zoning districts as you have them now, with the goal of, if you remember last time I was here, we were talking about getting that baseline, not to spend a ton of time on where you are, but to give you a baseline of what is your kind of approximate gap that you need to close with this new zoning. And that's where I'm going to tell you tonight. So I'm going to walk you through three scenarios. I realize the images on this slide are very small. You'll see them larger here in a second. But scenario A, which I'll talk through first, just shows your property tax levy minus your current operating budget. And there's a report that will come with this that has been given to staff that kind of walks through the details more. But that's just basically taking your property tax levy data and your operating budget and subtracting the two. It doesn't get into anything looking at what the true costs are, or what you would really need to take care of streets, or what your projected costs would be for additional water towers, police, fire, things of that nature as you grow. Scenario B is the second one. What we do there is we take all of your streets on the ground right now. You've got approximately 144 lane miles, plus or minus. And we use streets, that's usually the big one that's not fully accounted for in a lot of cities right now. Water, wastewater tend to be accounted for with enterprise funds to an extent. But streets are the big bogey that's out there for a lot of cities, so we focus on that one first. When you add in your projected cost to replace all of the streets that you have, if you take 20 and you spread that out over 20 years, 2020 to 2040, that puts you at a deficit of $7.2 million per year.
And I want to underscore the accuracy of this information because we have provided Kevin and Felix with the pavement condition index that we did in January of last year. So they have excellent information on what our current conditions are on our streets. So they didn't have to make assumptions. They used that report. So to the extent one can feel good about a $7.2 million annual deficit, you can appreciate the accuracy of the information.
Right. And what we can do as we work further through this is we can dial that in a little bit tighter and say, you know, what you really need to do is hit it really hard in the next 5 to 10 years, or, you know, in that 20 years, you might go up and down with how much you're spending. You know, for example, you've got a lot of streets right now that are older and could be replaced yesterday if you had the money. But we basically assume that you're trying to replace everything you've got right now by 2040. And we can dig in with Trey and kind of, that's the kind of things we can do on an annual budget basis to help dial these things in a little bit more. Then you get to scenario C.
Hang on, Kevin. Councilmember Ennis.
Now, I want to stress or ask a question, but I just want to stress this. That's 7.2 annually, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. It's not the biggest number I've seen, but again, I have to give you guys kudos and props for being transparent with this conversation, because there's other cities that they know these numbers and they won't put them out there and kind of push them down. So the sooner you acknowledge what these numbers are and are transparent about, we've got a lot of streets and roads and things, services we have to provide, especially with legislation that's on the table right now. There are things you can do to get out in front of it and close that gap. The last scenario here, scenario C, looks at what your projected return on investment is if you build out your future land use plan as it is right now. And if you do that one, you'll actually see that your deficit comes down. As you build out things in the city, you bring in additional tax base, you can drop that deficit down. That does assume that by 2040 you've fixed everything that you have right now. So then all you're doing is taking all of the streets that you built in the city and maintaining them annually over that next 30 years. So when you look at your zoning code going forward, we're talking somewhere between that 7.2 and 4.6 per year number that we're trying to bring down. You can do that with a combination of your development pattern, the revenue that you can bring in with that pattern that you build. You can also do it by changing your design standards, narrowing the width of the streets that you build, things like that. You're going to want a combination of those tools to close that gap.
So my question is, what would a typical fee or percentage be if you had a handle on those costs?
Typical percentage?
Well, I don't know if you can make it, because you said you can bring down that debt with bringing in new
types of development.
Right, but
ideally you're balanced. That's the answer. You want to be balanced.
You can't really be at zero because you're always going to have fees.
No, the end game is the balance between the cost of the infrastructure you have to maintain and the revenue that you generate from the property. So the problem that we've got right now is we don't have the density to generate the revenue to pay for the infrastructure. And with our new codes, they will be a more dense development. So the more revenue that's generated, the less that deficit is.
So we're going for zero.
Bingo.
Right.
Okay. But we need to be honest, it's math, and there's lots of ways to solve that. So the other thing you could do is triple the property tax and apparently have an election, get the voters to approve it, and then you can get to zero. But we're a business like any other business, and so you don't want to be losing money on a regular basis. That's the bottom line.
Right. And we'll show here some of the ROIs, return on investment, of some different development patterns that you have on the ground right now that'll illustrate what the city manager just mentioned. And that's really where we've gotten to, is just to touch on that briefly from previous presentations, is the development community will come in, they'll build a development, they will give it to the city. The city's then responsible to provide all the services and maintain that infrastructure forever. And we're just now, a lot of our cities in Texas are just now hitting that point where a lot of that infrastructure maintenance is coming due. And so some of it we have accounted for, not all of it. And there's a lot of talk about, do we raise the tax rate? And what our work is starting to show, and others that are doing similar things, is that you can squeeze more value out of your land just by developing a little bit differently. And it's not to say there's one right or wrong development pattern. We want to provide all of those different housing and neighborhoods types, but we need a better mix to ultimately hit fiscal sustainability, because right now a lot of our cities are in this same spot. This is another one that I like to bring up to show, just to illustrate that in most places that we look at, as a city grows and as a city gets closer to build out, your general fund is going to increase significantly. Whether you look at that on a general fund per capita basis, per acre basis, per household basis, most of the cities that we look at, as you grow and expand and add people, your general fund is going to increase. Different cities use that general fund to cover different things, but the idea is you're going to have more police, more fire, more libraries, more parks, all of those things. So general fund is another reference point that we can use to look at that target cost of where you're going to be. 6,000 per acre is a pretty good number to shoot for as far as what Bastrop's going to have in the future. Again, you guys have some other revenue sources that some other cities don't, and those will all come into play as additional kind of variables and dials that we can play with. But I would still look at this as saying basic services that your city's provided that don't get funded from other sources. Look at that, that 5,000 to 6,000 per acre number. You can see that Bastrop's here. Bastrop is the orange. Over the last 5 years, your general fund has stayed fairly flat. You'll see most of these other ones. Those percentages down there at the bottom for each of the cities, that shows the percent growth in their fund from 2012 to 2017. So Leander is 99%. Round Rock is 17%. Round Rock's getting closer. Several of those, you can mix and match on where they are closer to build out or still growing. But that's just another reference point that we've pulled in there. So here's your map for scenario A. This is just your current budget. Green, this is basically saying for every dollar you're spending to serve this property, what are you making back? If it's red, you're losing money. If it's green, you're making money. This is just current budget. So what we see a lot of times now is when you look at certain development patterns just based on today's dollars, they're making money for you. But that doesn't account for the cost to maintain the streets and the drainage and the parks that are coming up. This is what that looks like in 3D. So the higher the peak, the more productive it is. And you can see right there in the core that your downtown is significantly higher. I will point out here on the bottom left of the slide, you'll see one kind of a single family residential neighborhood, and then in the top right, you see there's another single family residential neighborhood up there, and I guess I'll talk about these a little bit more in a minute. But the primary difference is the one that's green and the ones that stay green here in a second tend to have smaller, narrower lots versus the wider lots tend to go red. It's B, so this is when you add in your street costs. And just to see if I can flip back here. So just to compare these to each other, there's just the current budget, so you can see a pretty good portion of the city is green. When you add in those street costs, much more of the city goes red. That's that 7.2 deficit.
Can you explain weighted?
Yes, sir. So what we did is we weighted on properties that were developed versus undeveloped. So thinking that if your property's been developed, you're assuming and using more of those services than if you haven't developed it yet. That's the simple, short explanation.
Would you consider that an assumption?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So this is the same 3D chart. So you'll see, let me go back. In this one, just look at that bottom left. You can see the height of those bars is a little higher. When you add those additional costs, the height of the bars come down, but they're still green. And then, so this is what I want to show just to illustrate a couple of different development patterns, and think of this in your code going forward of the different combinations that you can look at. Your historic downtown, the top of these images is your just scenario A, your budget. The bottom one is scenario B, so that's with street costs loaded in. If you look at your historic downtown, it's pretty high there in the current situation, and then scenario B, it still stays significantly positive green. The second one, the small lot residential, starts out fairly pretty good in the green, and then it still holds its green in the second scenario. And then the top one, or the top right one, the large lot, it's fiscally productive now, but when you load in the cost of the wider streets and the cul-de-sacs and some of those things that typically serve those wider or those types of residential, the costs are a lot higher. This is scenario C. This shows the rest of your land use plan. This is just city limits. This doesn't look at ETJ. That's another thing that as you look at annexation decisions and what you bring into it, just another layer of the model that we can look at. Sometimes growth is good, sometimes growth is not good in terms of your fiscal situation. Okay, these are really, really small. But this, so I don't, yeah, you guys, sorry, apologize. But I'm going to show a chart here that kind of reflects this a little bit better. But this is all your existing land use, state land use codes and how they perform in scenario A, B, and C. If they stay black, they stay positive. If they go red, they're going negative. And you can kind of see, if you look there in the middle, apartments, duplexes, just in general, anything that has a narrow lot that's served by, take one block of city street. So you're paying for that city street no matter what's on it, right? If you have 4 houses or 4 lots served by that street, that's one thing. If you have narrower lots, you're getting more tax base for that same street. So that's the narrower the lot served by a city street, the better it's going to tend to do. The other thing is if you go vertical. The more stories you go up, the more revenue and tax for that area of land. Make sense? So you're going to see duplexes and 2-story homes and things like that do better than 1 story. This shows how it breaks down by your different zoning districts. And this chart shows the zoning districts, just the ROI. So that red line is breaking even. That's your 1-to-1 return on investment. The 3 bars for each of those districts, that's scenario A, B, and C. So it's not surprising to see the blue bar, which is scenario A, that's above that, that's above the red line. But when you look at scenario B and C, the red bar and the green bar, you ultimately want to get those, as close to that break even or above as you can. And you'll see some in here are significantly higher than that 1-to-1, and some are below it. This is one that always gets an interesting response for us, and I have yet to do this anywhere where this same trend doesn't play out. This is your property tax levy per acre. This is for your residential. On the left-hand side of this is the smallest area lot. On the right is your larger lot. So left to right, it goes to size of lot. And then the height of the orange bar is the value of the structure. So the typical thought is we're going to build a higher value home on a large lot, and that's a good thing. But that blue bar, which would be the far right column there, I did think it was interesting that the value of the structure is pretty, on residential, is pretty stable regardless of the size of the lot. Normally, if you get a larger lot, you'll see a higher value structure put on it. But what that blue line shows is that's what your levy per acre is. So the tax base you're getting, the property tax you're getting divided by the size of that lot. And you see those smaller lot, that one on the left gets your highest ROI or highest levy per acre. Those larger lots get a lower levy per acre. So if you as a city are trying to maximize your property tax base for the area that you're serving, the smaller lots do better than the larger lots. In terms of levy per acre, that's a little bit different than this is a $400,000 home and they're paying X dollars in property tax. Or this is a large big box development that's paying a certain amount. They're also using a larger tract of land. Does that make sense? This is your commercial. And this is where work of like Monty Anderson and some of the small incremental developers is really catching on in terms of building small, kind of your downtown businesses. So small lot, narrow buildings on the same trend. So left to right, the size of the lot on the left is the smallest, to the right is the larger lots, and then the orange bar is the value of the structure. So those really small lots with lower value structures on them are getting you your highest levy per acre. So this isn't the only variable. There's all kinds of other variables to consider, but this levy per acre is something that just cities have not really thought about in terms of how do we maximize the tax base for the area of land that we're building on. So next steps for us, there's a lot of data behind this. We can pull context of different neighborhoods and development patterns in Bastrop. We also have context from a lot of different other cities in Texas and other parts of the country that we can pull from as well, both in terms of revenue, property tax revenue per acre, and also service costs. So there's a couple of next steps for us while we wait for Matt and the zoning codes. On the service cost side, I'd like to get with Trey and work a little bit more on, there's a couple of ways that we can break the service costs or the infrastructure costs down a little bit more. We can just look at it purely on like linear foot or mile of street. We can also look at it of per acre of different development types. Because sometimes certain street sections, as I'm sure you've heard from Matt, certain street sections fit better with different development types. So we can start to look at an acre of development and say this type of development will get you this revenue, and it's also going to have this mix of street spaces, and we can put a cost to that too. So we'll try to give you, both of those options. But the next steps for us is to get a draft of the zoning districts that Matt's doing, find some context to put through that. And then instead of projecting out the land use plan and the zoning districts you have right now, we'll project out what Matt's proposing and show you where that ends up. And then that should start to spur a conversation of, do we want a little more of this and a little less of that, and where would it go? And
Mayor and Council, this is really, I think, important, and I think it underscores the leadership that y'all are providing this community, because we go into these codes having made no decisions, and I've done the math sitting up here. So when you take the scenario B, and that is our budget less the cost of the street maintenance, which is roughly $7.2 million annually, over the 30 years, we're talking $216.8 million upside down. That's how much money we don't have over the course of 30 years to just take care of our streets. And if you take the land use projections, which are the current policies, the current zoning standards that can be built under today, and factor that in with the streets, it reduces it to a deficit from $216.8 million over 30 years down to $137.6 million. Staggering numbers. That's deficit. That's money we don't have to take care of basic infrastructure. All he's talking about is streets. We hadn't paid for one fireman, hadn't bought one cop, hadn't paid for any cars, no facilities, nothing. And we're upside down. So y'all are to be commended to take this step before you make any policy decisions. And y'all have said multiple times in your leadership that y'all are making bold decisions. The boldest one you've done tonight is you can quantify your problem. And so often we go in and we make decisions about what development should look like, and we do it based on what other cities are doing, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. And y'all have made fiscal sustainability a cornerstone of all of your conversations. Tonight you can quantify it. Tonight we have the information to begin to make some differences so that you can leave it better than you found it, people, places, and things for generations to come.
Kevin, thank you very much. Council, do you have any other questions? A little sobering. For the folks that are at home, the package that was posted on Friday, I think what you presented tonight had some additional information, and I saw several of us flipping through trying to find that. The city manager has assured me, Council, that the updated will be in the Dropbox, and we'll make that available for the public as well. That's part of it. We're not trying to do anything in a mystery. We're trying to have an open conversation about that.
Yeah, we had some additional slides that I felt like would help communicate this a little bit better.
It did. Good job. Good job. So we will make sure that that's available for everyone.
I do just want to kind of second what the city manager said of, I've worked across the country and seen places like Detroit and Ferguson and some other places that have been through this growth curve and are now struggling to figure out what to do with it. And I said in my first presentation here, I feel like Texas, and especially North and Central Texas, where we do a lot of our work, if we can own this and be transparent about it, we have a chance to be what I think is one of the first truly fiscally sustainable regions in this country. But it's it takes leadership to put numbers like these out there, and I see some big ones. I see 500 million. I've seen 800 million. You know, and so it's you know, as a citizen, I've always said, you know, let me know what the issue is, what the number is, so that, you know, when you're coming to me and we're having conversations about raising taxes or not raising taxes or this kind of development or whatever, now you can put a context of this is going to help us close the gap so that we don't have to raise taxes down, you know, in the future. So it gives you that language to continue to frame all of these conversations for other things like density that can be an evil word sometimes. So,
thank you very much,
Appreciate
Kevin.
it.
Appreciate it.
Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Ennis?
I saw an interesting article on the web the other day and passed it on to the city manager and the mayor about how many cities are facing serious financial difficulties. And I'm glad we're hopefully getting ahead of the curve.
Yep.
Anybody else? Okay, it is 7:20. Do we want to take a break or we want to? Okay, I got 3 nods for take a break. So it is 7:24. We are adjourned. We're going to take just a real quick 3-5-minute break. Lots of reasons that it's not really going to matter, but I'm going to take one item out of order real quick because it'll be a super quick item, and that is item 6C, discuss possible oversized, overweight restrictions, basically curfew hours for commercial vehicles. Chief Altgeld.
Thank you. Basically, what we're talking about is when you have a vehicle that is oversized or overweight, you're required to get a permit from TxDOT, or from the Department of Motor Vehicles, excuse me, and that only allows the driver to pull that load during daytime hours, and by definition, that's 1/2 hour before sunrise to 1/2 hour after sunset. A curfew or a restriction does one or two things. A restriction would limit the size of a vehicle that could operate on one of our roads inside the city limits. We can control that also under the Texas Transportation Code that are owned by TxDOT. A curfew puts a restriction on not the size, but on the time that it goes through. I was asked to look into some of our concerns is that we've been on occasion noticing oversized or overweight vehicles, and here are some examples of those, that come down on Loop 150 or on Chestnut at the most inopportune times. And that's usually before we get ready to go to work and we're going to school, or children are getting out of school and we're coming home from work. So we have the ability, we being the council, to set policy and ask for a curfew where we could restrict the time that takes place. To do that, Elgin has restrictions and a curfew set up, as does the city of Smithville. I talked to a gentleman from the Department of Motor Vehicles, and if there's something that you would consider to do, then we could put those in where Monday through Friday, City of Austin and most of the cities seem to put the times from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Could be as simple as a resolution if the council chooses to do that, or and even less complex as an email, but I understand that when we act as a council, we do that by resolution or by ordinance. And then when a driver wanted to route through, and they did want to come down Loop 150, those times would be in effect and they couldn't do that. I had a discussion with Mr. Canelander from the Bastrop Economic Development Corporation. He did not see, if you choose to implement this or pursue this, of it having any adverse impacts to economic development for the city. I would tell you that as a public safety director, mitigating the amount of times that these oversized and overweight vehicles come down on Loop 150, which is a high volume area for our traffic, for vehicular and pedestrian traffic, would be in the interest of public safety and would not be a bad thing. I would say that the reason we would want to go with the curfew as opposed to the restriction is we do have people and delivery drivers that do make deliveries on smaller vehicles that are not oversized, overweight, but could potentially be caught into the permitting problem, and that may cause a hardship for them if need be. So in a nutshell, like I said, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., and you can also put it on holidays. I've seen it on Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's Eve, whatever the council so desires. As long as we can illustrate that it's in the interest of public safety, that should not be a problem.
Mayor and council, the timeliness of this is due to the fact that TxDOT is going to contracts in March for the service roads to be built across the Colorado River. So we have enjoyed a year where we didn't have an excess amount of oversized traffic being routed through town, but that will change. Anytime that there is a constriction due to a construction zone, they will typically route these vehicles in another manner. So it would be staff's recommendation that not only do we set the curfew times, but we do acknowledge the holiday restrictions. We do have a number of holiday festivities that we do downtown, and having these vehicles come through town further complicates our ability to safely have those types of activities.
But Chief Altgeld, I really appreciate you doing this, since I'm the one that asked you and the city manager to look into it. I am extremely supportive of it. And I really appreciate, I knew Elgin had recently done it, and that was kind of what spurred the, gee, why haven't we already taken care of this? Councilmember Jones, I feel like I cut you off. Did you have a comment?
My question is, so if you don't want them to go down 150, does that mean they can go down 95?
No, ma'am.
Because that seems like anyway, it just seems like they were like, oh, well, I can't go this way, so I'll just take 95, which is the other cut across.
As all of y'all know, my husband is a truck driver, and he hauls oversized loads. And when there is a curfew in place, he has to be through this town either before or after the curfew. And if not, he has to park until the curfew is over, and then he is allowed to come through. So it would be for the entire city limits of Bastrop, regardless of the road.
If we could just make every A&M game also a holiday, that would be helpful, because there is just times that the community does not need to see an oversized vehicle, but that's probably for another evening. Council, can you give the chief, if you nods yes, what do you feel about holiday restrictions? Anybody? Councilmember Peterson, give us some wisdom.
Well, if we're talking about oversized load, it'll certainly be on holidays to have that kind of traffic going through the city.
So you are okay with?
Yes.
Of having the restrictions for holidays?
Yes.
So Thanksgiving, Christmas, July 4th, is there any other holiday that?
I would add Veterans Day, because we do have an event.
Major event.
July 4th, and we would look at our special events calendar, and addition to the traditional ones, if we know that there are events downtown that are not traditional, we'll just put them in the ordinance.
Now, my understanding is then once we adopt the ordinance, then it's those year after year, correct?
Yes, ma'am, and they will be published until you change.
Okay. This is under a work session and briefing, so we won't be voting on it tonight, but we need to give them direction so they can bring us back a resolution. Councilmember Jones?
Well, my question is, is there just a special publication that people driving oversized trucks have that's available to them?
Yes, ma'am, it's a little yellow book, and you buy it at the truck stop, and it tells you every state, and in that state, what the cities are. Yes,
and
ma'am.
they even have the interwebs. They can look it up, so they will have to abide by it as soon as we adopt it. Councilmember Ennis, did you have a comment?
I'm certainly supportive, and I say that Smithville is already, the holidays you listed in Smithville's ordinance look like a good plan to me.
Absolutely, but like the city manager says, I think we may morph that, since depending on when our Patriotic Festival comes through, that may be a time that we want to do that, and some other events that we may have that are unique to Bastrop. We want to mitigate that traffic coming through at those times.
Chief, do you have what you need to bring us back a resolution?
So I understand that we want to go from the times that we're talking about for the entire city limits and not just Loop 150?
Correct.
And include the holidays?
Correct.
So that's a little different than what I have up there, but that's an easy fix, and we will make sure that that's how we proceed with it.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
And just for clarification, the reason that we would want to do the whole city is we are integrated. Anything that happens on 95 backs up Loop 150, and anything that happens on Loop 150 backs up 21. And we are such a small environmental ecosystem, if you will, that there's really no way for one thing to not cause us real problems somewhere else.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. All right, now we're going to be going back to item 6B, receive an update from Mark Schuback of Strand and Associates regarding the drainage design standards of the new proposed code revisions.
So, Mayor and Council, Much like was the introduction for the water and wastewater rates, this is the same concept. We are affectionately going to stick our toe in the water, if you will, on drainage design standards. Mark Schubach and his team have done an amazing job of developing new drainage design standards. This is technical. I don't mind telling you that he has had to work to explain this to me in terms that I get. He's worked very hard in his PowerPoint presentation to take some very complex and complicated scenarios and try to explain them so that you can understand the results. You may not understand the minutia of it, but it's important for you to understand the outcome of it. The end game tonight is for Mark to walk through this and for you to get a sense of the changes that he is recommending. Once we get your blessing and we are prepared to talk about this tonight, we can put it on future work session agendas. We can talk about this until you're very comfortable. Because in some instances we're talking significant change, in some instances we're not talking significant at all. The one thing about the stormwater drainage design manual that is different than the way they're currently managed is that you will adopt an ordinance that will reference a technical manual. The technical manual then would be updated and changed by the city engineer when it is prudent to do so, using the level of expertise of the city engineer that you hire to do those kinds of things. By doing that, it makes it easy for these stormwater drainage ordinances to not ever get stale. Sometimes the bureaucracy itself keeps things from being maintained well. So just know that is one of the things that we'll be proposing, that this will be a manual with the rest of our technical manuals that through this adoption process of the development standards you'll be working toward. But tonight is an overview. Please ask Mark as many questions as you need to ask, but understand we can talk about this again until your current comfort level is such that you are prepared to move forward. So with that, Mark, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thanks for having me here tonight. So without further ado here, the revised stormwater drainage ordinance and design manual purpose and goals. So I think Linda has set the table very, very well in terms of why we're going down this path. It's no mystery that stormwater drainage issues in the city of Bastrop is one of the biggest challenges that you have, and it is of highest priority to address these challenges through this new development code. So we recognize that. And it's a very important task. So really what I've kind of laid out in this presentation are 4 sort of overarching goals here that we want to accomplish with this new drainage code and standards. And first and foremost is to minimize flood risks associated with land development. Frankly, the current code that is in place lacks the strength to properly regulate land development, and we're going to change that. Stabilizing and decreasing stream bank erosion. That's another impact from development that can occur if it's not properly managed. So that's something that we see as another goal. Improving stormwater quality within receiving water bodies is another critical one. I'll get into this later in the presentation, but you're going to be embarking upon some federal stormwater regulations as you grow. When you exceed a population of 10,000, you'll be mandated to have to meet certain water quality regulations, and this new code is going to help you do that. And the last one, facilitating watershed-based planning that promotes fiscally sustainable and geographically sensitive land development. We're going to talk a lot about that tonight. And I'm going to tell you how we intend to do that with this updated code. So again, we'll talk about the first goal again. And again, managing flood risks in the city of Bastrop. Again, that's one of your main priorities moving forward. You know, again, what I've got shown here are graphics. You know, the photo on the upper right, flooding within a subdivision that occurs when you know, when drainage is not properly managed or regulated. So we want to obviously avoid that. So we do that by maintaining or improving existing pre-development runoff discharges. So we put into place strong regulations that require stormwater management. That's really the bottom line. Requiring what we call downstream assessments that consider the entire tributary watershed, not just looking at the development itself, but looking beyond the development, looking at areas that are upstream of the development and the areas downstream, looking at the system that you drain to. And the way I look at it is see what that system, and we need to know this. We need to know this from the developers and their engineers and their planners. And requiring stormwater control measures to mimic pre-development hydrology, promoting low-impact development techniques. I call this is an extra tool in our toolbox. It's not necessarily a panacea. It's not going to solve all the city's problems, but it's definitely a tool in our toolbox. You know, I got the opportunity to attend the code rodeos and the design rodeos back in December, and one of the things that I got from that is that low impact development is something that the city, that your constituency wants. That this is the kind of development that you know, that your constituency wants to see, and frankly, even the development community, which participated in that, was, you know, I think in favor of it. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. So stabilizing and decreasing stream bank erosion, again, that's the second goal that we talk about here. So the development standards are going to basically be able to require that downstream conditions or channels be reinforced or stabilized, identifying or requiring control of what I call the channel forming storm event. These are frequently occurring rainfall events that have a very large impact on you know, the condition of receiving streams. And that's something that our code will definitely require to be looked at. Keeping post-development discharges at or below allowable velocity limits. Here is a graphic of something I call its extended detention, and that's something that will be required to be looked at for any development. But again, managing those kinds of conditions. So the third goal, improving stormwater quality within receiving water bodies. I mentioned before, you know, this is something that's going to be mandated as the city grows. You know, to manage stormwater quality, and the way that it's done within the way we've written up the code is, and this is an industry standard, and it's not something that's included in your current code, is requiring that stormwater control measures treat what's called the water quality volume. So that's all rainfall events up to 1.5 inches in depth. And what that means is 85% of all the storm events that would occur over a given year, that would be included within that 1.5 inches of rainfall. And the reason why that's important is that we call that the first flush. That's where those are the type of rainfall events that can kind of generate the most stormwater pollutants or sediment that runs off into receiving water bodies. It's important to control those types of storm events so that we can improve water quality in downstream areas.
Mark, do
Yes,
you
ma'am.
want to finish and then us ask questions, or do you want us to ask questions
No,
as you're going?
please
What's your preference?
Ask questions as I go.
Councilmember Jones?
Yeah, good, thank you. So I'm just curious, how could you control that? I mean, you don't have to talk about everything, but I just, maybe give a little bit of a indication as how you would do that.
Yep, and actually I will be showing you some different types of measures. I would say that most of the types of measures that can be done to manage that water quality volume are small. They're typically smaller control measures. And that's where we use low impact development. We can use things like rain gardens and bioretention basins and small distributed type control measures that can, not the large scale flood control facilities, detention basins, but smaller scale distributed type measures. And I'll show you some examples here later.
Okay, so I had some other questions. You have mentioned that it's going to be federally mandated. My understanding was from TCEQ that this is required if you're in a recharge zone or a contributing recharge zone. Is that the case?
That's true.
And
yes.
we are not in a recharge zone.
Correct.
So if it's federally mandated, where's that coming from?
That's your population. So when you reach a population of 10,000, you become what's called a phase 2 MS4. Municipal separate storm sewer system.
So that's coming from the feds, not from TCEQ?
It's coming from the feds, and TCEQ they are required to enforce that regulation. So your population's less than 10,000 right now, so you're not mandated. You don't have an NPDES permit yet that would mandate that. But as you grow, and you will presumably exceed 10,000.
Been talking about it all night. Yes.
Yeah. when that occurs, when you exceed that threshold, that 10,000 population threshold, then that's the trigger for an NPDES.
And then does that NPDES require the 1.5, or is that recommendation? Because it's my understanding that the baseline for Austin is 1/2 of an inch, and it's based on impervious cover. For council, it's for me, the easiest way to think about it is a big open parking lot where you've had a bunch of cars that are leaking oil or fertilizer, that kind of stuff. The first amount of rain is going to brush that stuff off, and that's part of the, as we were talking about earlier, heebie-jeebies that you don't necessarily want in the system, but that goes to follow if you have a lower impervious cover percentage, that you don't necessarily have to take all of that because it would be cleaned off at a smaller level.
That's right, yeah. Impervious cover, actually Jennifer asked me this question before I came in, is whether this development code or whether the drainage code is going to dictate impervious cover. And the quick answer is no, it's not. That's something that in my mind is handled more on a zoning level. But what we do require is that regardless of what the impervious cover is that the amount of impervious cover that you have on a particular development, the level of control that's going to be required for stormwater management is going to be proportionate to manage that stormwater runoff.
Okay, but I'm just trying to be clear that I understand there's a federal regulation that's kicked at a 10,000 population.
Correct.
I'm asking, is the 1.5 inch also mandated federally?
It is not. It is not.
Okay.
The 1.5 inches, so the 85 percentile storm, so is what I will call that. That is something that was developed by US EPA as the first flush, as we call it. And that's the recommendation or industry standard for what should be managed for water quality.
Okay.
In Texas, or in this region of Texas, that's 1.5 inches. In other parts of the country, it's less than that.
Okay.
It's in the Midwest, it may be 1/2 inch.
And then one kind of last question, and I promise I'll let you keep going, is for me it seems like there's flood mitigation and then there's water quality. And for me, those are two different things, because this water quality, and I'm not saying it's not important, and clearly if it's federally mandated, we want to be in compliance with that, but I don't want us to blend together things, because that water quality is not going to save someone from being flooded in their home.
Absolutely, yeah.
So is it okay to be thinking about this as two different things?
They are, absolutely, and I put flood control as I listed the 4 goals and put flood control first.
Honestly, Mark, that's what, you put it first in your presentation, but water quality's first in your manual.
Okay, fair.
Over and over and over, water quality's first. So I was like, okay, what thing are we trying to manage here? So that's part of why I'm asking.
Sure, no, and not intentional, I would say, is that it's clear that flood control is of greatest importance. But what I will say is that a lot of the water quality measures do have a benefit for flood control. It doesn't solve the flooding issue, but it can help contribute to mitigate it, or to soften it. And I'll talk about that a little bit further. But again, it's understood the flood control aspect of the code is of highest priority. So next slide, I talk about, I think this is an important one actually. I've got a graphic here that shows, plans and drawings, and why I think that's important is, one thing that we've made a requirement here is to make sure that there is a focus on stormwater drainage at the very early stages of development, at the concept level. Oftentimes, what happens is stormwater drainage is kind of handled as an afterthought, and it needs to be, as I mentioned here, it needs to be on the forefront. So we've developed certain criteria here that really requires it to be looked at the very start, at the very beginning of the development process. And as part of that, and again, what we've done is we've generated worksheets that are very clear about what needs to be submitted, when it needs to be submitted, so that it's very clear to the development community and their planners and their engineers on what needs to be submitted for review. Things like identifying and preserving sensitive natural areas, floodplains, wetlands, steep slopes, things like this. This is going to help inform and guide the development process and not be brought in late in the game. And again, to encourage innovative approaches to stormwater management, which I'll talk about a little bit here in a minute. So the first thing, one of the things that I want to say right off the start is that one of the pieces of information that's really critical in planning and designing stormwater management for development are the rainfall amounts that you use to design the facility. The rainfall data that's in the city's current code is frankly, it's dated. It's not up to date. And one of the things that and again, this is an industry standard, is to bring it up to date using what's called NOAA Atlas 14 rainfall data. That is the latest, most current rainfall data. TxDOT has already adopted it. They're already using it for the design of their drainage facilities. So it is a prudent thing to do. The reality is that, for design of certain stormwater measures, it's a higher amount. In the table, it's an increase of between 16 and 24% as far as the rainfall amounts that we're using to design stormwater management facilities. So that's a good thing. It's more current and it's more reliable data. However, there are certain parts of this rainfall data that where there aren't those same increases. The increases that I showed you on the previous slide, they speak more to stormwater storage design. For some stormwater conveyance design, they're typically designed with lower duration or shorter duration storm events, and that's what I show here. And what you can see here is that if you compare the current rainfall data versus the NOAA Atlas 14 data, there's actually even slight reductions, and very small reductions, but slight reductions. But again, this is still the data that is most current and reliable. I'm not going to stay on this slide too long here, but again, what this table summarizes are sort of the four different, and I'm going to reorder them too, Mayor. But they're basically the four storm events that are considered within the development code, and again, there's specific goals that they are to achieve: water quality, stream bank protection, conveyance, and flood mitigation, all sort of tenets of the stormwater management design. So more stringent stormwater management criteria for Gills Branch and Piney Creek watersheds are required. I mean, this is something that, that has become evident. We've worked closely with Half and Associates to understand that they are in the process of developing watershed studies of both of these creeks. Gills Branch is a highly sensitive area in terms of flooding, so it's understood that any development that occurs within that watershed is likely going to need to have a higher, more stringent set of standards as opposed to other areas within the city. So we did that. We established a criteria that requires about what ends up being about a 40% increase in stormwater management without going into too much detail. But know that the code requirements that we've established are more stringent within that watershed.
So, Mark, can I ask you a quick question about that? I would like your opinion on something. It's my understanding that Half and Associates is working on the watershed analysis model. It's my personal opinion, but I would like your advice that I think the city needs to own that model. And I would like, we know, some of us sitting on this very dais know how sensitive Gills Branch watershed is. And I don't think it's a good idea to have every engineer has their own model. I think it would be best if on Gills Branch it was a single model that was the city, and the engineer had to bring in, this is my pond, so that we can put it into our model and make sure that it works. Do you have an opinion about the importance of that?
Well, yeah, I do. I think to keep the model that Half and Associates has developed is, it's for the entire watershed. So I would say that if there are improvements that are to be made within the watershed, whether they be regional detention or bridge replacements or culvert replacements, large scale type flood mitigation type projects, that model should be used to evaluate that. On a development scale, and what we're talking about tonight is, I would say that the results from their modeling or their model certainly can be used to help facilitate the planning process. But I would say that oftentimes you're on a development, a much smaller scale type situation, that you're probably going to, the developer may have access to that model, but they're likely to create their own model for the individual development, if that makes sense.
And I appreciate that, but I feel like that information needs to be run through the model with our city engineer, because you and I both know you can get an abundance of little bitty ponds that if you don't model them together, you're not going to achieve the goal that you want at the end.
Yep, I agreed. And that's actually one of the reasons why we established I would say a requirement that goes above and beyond.
The buffer of the 100-year to 25.
Exactly. What happens if you don't do that is that the cumulative effect of having stormwater detention on multiple developments can actually still cause an issue. And it may not be evident or it may not be apparent, but it can happen. And that's why this kind of this regulation, more stringent regulation, is a good idea.
Well, and where I'm going is I think that we may need to look at the ability, we may be better off doing gabions in the channel by the convention center, and some of the developments in the area, it may be beneficial for them to have a fee in lieu of a small on-site detention pond that makes the situation worse instead of better. And I can't promise that I read absolutely every word, but I tried to read as much of it as I could, and I didn't see that as an option, and I would like us to consider
let's talk about that. So Half and Associates has been hired to do the 2D model of Gills Branch. Staff has met with them. I will tell you that I am pleased at what the results of the model are showing, and I think it underscores how helpful it will be, which is what the mayor is referencing. They will be here the second meeting in March to share that with you publicly. I think there's an intermediate stage between where we are and regional drainage. Next year in the budget, we are going to suggest that we do a drainage master plan. That's going to help identify a holistic approach to the drainage needs. It will help prioritize capital improvement prioritization, and it will also help identify the very things you're talking about, Mayor, where regional detention could really be the answer. And if that were the case, then from that you build a utility and you begin to build detention where people would buy into it rather than do the very thing y'all are talking about and have little ponds on every piece of property. So this is a lot of information that we're trying to do in a multi-year period of time. So I think we've talked to Mark about that at a staff level, and this is where you start until you can do that. And then once we do that, we may come back and make these adjustments when we have something else to offer, but we can't get there today. So just know that we'll be working at that.
I knew that half was close, and if it's potentially going to be there, I'd like us to at least address it, because it's going to be vitally important to a lot of people and ultimately be what's best for the city, which is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, and actually, let me, within the technical standard document, I don't believe that it's specifically discussed, but it actually is within the ordinance. So the ordinance document is that's the codified part of this, and that's where there is some discussion that actually does speak to having the ability to go through a fee in lieu of option, and what it does is it does allow some flexibility. Now, in that case, it's once you've gone down that path, if that's the decision that's made. Really, it's the city's decision to make a determination at, first of all, whether that makes sense or whether that's a sensible thing to do for that particular development. But it does, I would say that the ordinance document right now does enable it. It enables that process to happen, but if that's the path that you go down, there's obviously going to have to be some study. For instance, if you decide, I want to put a regional facility at this location, and there's no doubt that there could be future development that could benefit from it and, could pay a fee and sort of buy into the service that it provides. It maybe doesn't go into that level of making that specific determination what that fee is, but that process is sort of enabled within the current ordinance document.
Packet didn't have the ordinance in it, so I was only going through the manual.
It's hiding. It's in the appendix of the technical manual.
Okay.
Okay,
I failed that test. I will go back and look again. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah. So I'm just going to mention one more thing on this slide, and this actually speaks to both Piney Creek and Gills Branch, is that we're recommending that there be a more stringent code, and this speaks more to floodplain management. So this isn't really speak to the stormwater management per se, but this is your floodplain management or floodplain zoning. Typically, most floodplain zoning codes don't require what's called compensatory flood storage. So let's just say that if you have a development that fills within a part of a floodplain, that you're not required to mitigate that or to replace what you filled in. We're recommending that be done. That's another more stringent requirement that's not, I would say, common in most code, but we would recommend. You actually have a very strong floodplain zoning code in terms of what I call freeboard. So it requires that any structure that is either adjacent to a floodplain has to be elevated 2 feet above the base 100-year floodplain elevation. That's very good. I mean, that's a very strong requirement. So there's no change that's needed on that front. But the comp storage or the compensatory storage is one that we would suggest. So to kind of wrap things up, again, there's a lot of technical standards within the updated code that dictate how these stormwater facilities are to be designed, whether it's streets and roads. You don't think of streets and roads as a stormwater facility, but it actually is. When storm sewers, that's the enclosed system that carries and conveys stormwater runoff. When it reaches capacity, where does the water go? It needs to go in the street and in the gutters. So the street is actually a part of the drainage system. Bridges and culverts, drainage channels, detention, retention structures. So these are fairly common stormwater management facilities. There's very clear sort of set standards, design standards that are now in your code that weren't provided previously. Then we talk about the water quality aspects, the water quality treatment measures. Again, treatment of that water quality volume, and again, a lot of these types of measures can be done on a distributed level, so that they're distributed within the development to help manage water quality. But the beauty of a lot of these things is that if you provide some of these measures, it can reduce the flood control facilities that you need to provide. Instead of having massive, large flood control basins, by providing a lot of this distributed stormwater management, it can help reduce the magnitude of some of those other large scale stormwater facilities. So low impact development. I mean, that, again, is part when I participated within the code rodeos and the design rodeos. This was sort of a recurring theme that we talk a lot about the type of development that the city wants to see and that is fiscally sustainable. Low impact development is something that sort of continuously came up as a desire. So what I've shown here is it's an interesting exercise for, on the left, which is more of a traditional type commercial development, and on the right is what I would call a low impact development. And again, what it is minimizing the amount of impervious, distributing stormwater management throughout the development. And there's sort of a fallacy or a notion that somehow low impact development can be more costly, but there's definitely reports that are out there that show otherwise, that a business case can actually be made for low impact development being more economical, which this shows. It's hard to see, but it's in this case I believe it's about 15% savings in this case. And this is that same low impact development site plan for a commercial development. And again, what you can see is that there's distributed stormwater management within the development, bioretention, rain gardens, things of that nature. That the outcome of that's the beauty of it is you're still going to need some level of flood control on a development like that. But the beauty of distributing that stormwater management through the development is that it lessens the size of some of these large scale stormwater management facilities. So, but to be clear, it doesn't eliminate the need for it. This is a kind of a similar exercise that's done comparing again what is a more conventional single-family residential development on the left, and on the right is more of a low-impact development. So what it can actually mean is that there may actually be smaller lots, narrower streets. Again, the distributed stormwater management, that can be provided, and also providing stormwater management within common areas to add some aesthetic value and recreation value. So again, this is a case where rather than having a large stormwater detention basin that really doesn't provide any sort of ancillary benefit, that it can be done in such a way that it actually can serve some recreational purpose, either.
And Mark, for people that can't read, in this particular typical subdivision, you could anticipate a cost of about $7.4 million. Under the scenario with the low impact development, it's right at about 6.1 million, and that's a difference of $1.3 million, where low impact development actually saves $1.3 million, or 17%. So I think those are substantial enough numbers that would merit looking at it.
Where'd those numbers come from? Where is this project?
Well, this is actually taken out of a guide. I think I've got
the Harris Galveston County.
Yes, and it's a designing for low impact development guidelines, and that they actually went through this exercise to basically be able to sort of dispel the notion that low impact development was not economical, or that it was not economically feasible.
One of the things I noticed in that guide was that it encouraged cities to provide incentives, and I don't understand why, if it really is cheaper to develop it that way, why we would also then give city taxpayer money back to them as an incentive to get them to do it.
Yeah, to be honest with you, that's a great point. I have not created an incentive within the current ordinance. The incentive is, like you said, it's more economical to develop this way.
I feel like the market would bear it out.
Yeah, and the other part of it is that the reality is that less money needs to be spent on managing runoff and stormwater management. So the fact that you use this type of low impact development, it's incentivized based on the outcome. It's outcome based. So there really isn't a need to. Now, what we do say is that we require that it be looked at, that it be evaluated, and that sort of strongly recommend that these types of development practices be looked at as part of the development process. And again, that's why we go back to, it needs to be looked at the beginning. You look at areas, the sensitive areas, if steep topography, wetlands, floodplain, and areas that you have to avoid, and looking at low impact development and how that kind of development can protect these areas. So to your point, I would say that as it's written now, there are no fee incentives or incentives that are built into the ordinance right now.
Question, Mark. On the HGAG study, was that based on that environment? Is that environment translatable to our environment?
I would say it is. I mean, it's the same general region. I would say that the magnitude of the rainfall events that we're trying to manage are of similar magnitude. So I think it does. I think it does translate very well to this area.
Okay, because the coastal plain just seems to be a little bit different from what our environment is here.
Yeah. I would say that it's relative to some degree. The bottom line is that you have to spend money on infrastructure to convey runoff. For instance, pipes, storm sewers, culverts, ditches, and that in this area, the magnitude of those types of facilities might not be quite as large as what you would deal with on the coast or near the coast. But it's all, as far as the savings that would be realized in terms of percentage, would probably be very, very similar, and I think it would translate pretty well.
And follow up, but developing a concept with variable options, is that what you're perhaps suggesting we do with the LID or the LIDs as an option when somebody comes in for a development?
I think the goal is that at the concept stage is to definitely encourage it. It needs to be encouraged, that it needs to be communicated that this is the type of development that the city wants to see and desires. I think that there are other factors beside low impact development is a style of development that doesn't just speak to drainage. I mean, there are other the presentation right before mine actually speaks to it. Why narrower streets and denser lots are fiscally more sustainable. So there are other benefits of low impact development that expand beyond stormwater management. So I guess the message here is that as part of the zoning process, when a development plan comes in the door, that it be communicated that this is the kind of development that the city of Bastrop wants to see, and because it's understood that this type of development is fiscally sustainable, and that's what we want to see.
Mark, you may not know this because you've said that you pulled these cost examples out of that notebook, out of the brochure. I'm not sure what you called it.
Yeah, it's a I think
study
it's a guide. It's a guidebook for low impact development. Yeah.
My assumption was that these were original construction cost estimate comparisons, and so I don't think it has maintenance included in the comparisons. This is first time costs, correct?
Yep, this is upfront capital costs. That the long term maintenance is not.
Because according to that guide, some of these options have some fairly substantial maintenance involved with them.
Some of them can, yes.
Okay.
Yep. So I think I covered these. Here, again, I'm just going to hit the tops of the waves here on this. one of the things that we did is a lot of the development guide and the development standards reference what's called the Integrated Stormwater Management Manual that's been developed. So it has a lot of the what I would call the technical design standards that have been developed for certain measures. You know, and as I have listed here, it can provide design guidance that's readily available. You know, to help guide the whole development process in terms of stormwater management. You know, and these are just some examples of some typical standard details and design details that are very useful. And there are a lot of communities in this part of Texas that have gone this route, that have used the I call it ISWIM, or the Integrated Stormwater Management Manual. You know, so it speaks to a lot of these things. Inspection and maintenance requirements is another one. We just talked about that. It's very important to have a long-term operation and maintenance plan put together for these types of facilities. A lot of times the designs are well-intentioned, but if it doesn't get maintained over time, they don't function as they're intended. So one of the things that we've built into the code is requiring a long-term operation and maintenance plan, a maintenance agreement, something that's binding, that holds the developer to make sure that the maintenance gets done, and so that's another important aspect of this. And lastly, again, I mentioned this before, but there are very detailed worksheets in here that it's very explicit as far as what a developer and his planner and engineer need to provide to the city at different stages. So again, a concept, preliminary, and final engineering stage to make sure that the submittals are complete and that the city gets what they need in order to make a comprehensive review. And again, it gravitates to making sure that the developers and their consultants, approach the city at an early stage to talk about stormwater management. So I know that was a lot to digest. Hopefully I didn't get down into the weeds too much. But if there are any other questions that anyone has.
Council, any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
When was the study that HGAG conducted? When was that study conducted? Do you recall?
I don't recall. I'm going to say that it's been probably within the last 5 years. But I can find out.
Well, probably the more important question is there any area in the HGAG region that is adopted or developed using that low impact development plan?
Yeah, I think there are plenty of examples of what I guess I would call success stories of where it's been, it's been effectively implemented, and it has continued to function and perform, as intended. I think that's where the proof is in how it's performed over time, not just on paper, but I think there's a very strong track record of low impact development, and how it performs over time.
Could you provide a couple of examples of those
Sure.
to us, and so we can look at that and see what their failures and successes have been, as well as best practices?
Sure.
Thank
Absolutely.
you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Would you consider the Houston, when you put in here, one of those?
I would. Yeah, I would say that's a, there have been, and I don't know that it specifically outlines the success stories in that document, but yeah, it's well documented that it's been very successful in that in Harris County.
Well, I'm a little bit concerned. This was an overwhelming thing to digest, And I may have some questions going down the line.
Sure,
Because you gave us a tremendous amount of information. And even though I've read through all of it, it's going to take some while to soak in.
Would it be helpful, now that we've introduced it through the fire hose, we will see Half and Associates on the 26th of March, and I think that they will provide some real insight on Gills Branch and how that's going to be managed and the drainage from that. I think that there's probably 3 conversations that can be contained in buckets. The first is stormwater. The second would be water quality, and the third would be low impact development. And maybe we come back and address those incrementally where we can talk about one consistently, so there's some concepts and some knowledge that seem to make sense, because I appreciate that we kind of jumped all over the page and it is hard to follow. Would that be something that would be helpful, that we would discuss that in those buckets again, so that for those of you that don't have the engineering experience can know what to do with what you've heard? Okay.
I'd like to add a couple of things to that. When I became mayor of Bastrop, one of the most important things is to make sure Bastrop stays Bastrop and doesn't turn into Austin. It never even dawned on me to think I didn't want to turn into Houston. So I'm a little concerned when the examples are coming from Houston. So I'm interested in some success stories that are closer to home with more timely numbers to make sure that we fully understand what we're signing up for. Some of those pictures, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, but some of that maintenance stuff, it looks like weeds in a parking lot, and folks are gonna, and if that's what we want, I know we can control that by requiring the type of vegetation that it is and how often it's changed, but we need to understand the consequence of that, because as reading through the guidelines, some of it is you don't mow it till it gets to a certain height, because otherwise it doesn't perform in the function that it needs to. So we need to fully understand that. The other thing that I think would be extremely helpful is to get some feedback from some of our local developers and our local engineers that have done this, so that we're being transparent about it. We want to do the right thing, but we also don't want to have an unintended consequence because we didn't fully vet it. I shockingly have a few notes on it, and there were some places where we said that we're strongly suggesting it. There are places where it's required that you pick one. There's places where it's required to pick 2. So I think we need to kind of make sure we're all on the same page, which may very well come out of the bucket conversation that you're having of how we introduce these things. One of the topics that I'm the most interested in, I'm really interested in adopting a drainage ordinance so that we can stop having exception and exemption meetings all the time, because I think what we learned from the exception and exemption process is just how important it is to talk about drainage up front. And so I believe the conference that you mentioned in here, from my perspective, is taking the place of essentially that first conference. You might want to look at the way that you have described that conference, because it says have the conference, but then it says submit it, but then the next item says before you submit it, you need it. It doesn't seem like it's falling in the timeline logical order that you would do something. But I wanted to confirm that the intent is to replace that so that it becomes a part of how we do business, and folks are looking at drainage with respect to the watershed when before they're well involved into the project, which I think you're saying is of utmost importance.
So here would be the statement: that which gets measured gets done. And so the very first conversation we're going to have about drainage is about drainage, because it is the most important thing. The intent of the low impact development manual is not to turn us into Houston. The issue was Houston has like environments, so it seemed reasonable to bring that manual forward as a guide. If we were going to be adopting these standards as mandates, then I think that would be a fair statement. What we're trying to do is introduce this concept to a region that builds big old detention ponds as a matter of course and is not interested in low impact development because it's not easy. So what we're trying to do when we start talking about geographically sensitive development in our drainage standards is to give the development community a myriad of options, because if they're going to be doing some of the smaller scale developments that we'd like to see that gives a variety of housing, this just goes hand in hand. This is a great way to use the open space and do these kinds of things. So if it's managed in a cohesive conversation instead of, to your point, an afterthought, we get to drainage after you've done all of that, it's kind of late. So we've been very careful at what we did choose to suggest was a may versus a shall, because we're hopeful that as we move forward and we start recognizing that a one-size-fits-all approach doesn't work, and you really appreciate all of the geographically sensitive challenges we have in town. You know, we talked about some of these things because I'm exactly with you, Mayor. We're just not going to have high weeds and grass in the middle of town. But there could be a place, for instance, up against the railroad track where you can't cross it and you got to do something with it, and it's a nice drainage something, and building some kind of wetland or something makes sense. So all of this has to happen in the context of the environment, and does it make sense? And that's part of the journey we're going to have to figure out how to take, because we've never done this before, and that's part of the challenge when we do these things, and we're creating locally made for Bastrop. Is going to be kind of the Braille method. We're going to have to kind of touch and feel it and see what works, and if it doesn't work, be open to coming back to council and saying, this didn't work as well as we thought, so we need to replace A with B, and let's see if this doesn't work. So I appreciate the feedback, and we'll put these in the appropriate buckets, but I don't want this to be left with thou shalt do this, and we're fixing to ask you to make these changes. We're just offering a menu, so as we take this journey, there are options.
Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Let me provide some clarity to my request. I have no interest in seeing anything from Houston with its varied areas that they're West Chase, downtown, midtown, uptown, all that. I'm more interested in seeing something that's a little bit closer to home for us, you know, maybe even Sugar Land, or getting into Austin County or Colorado County, or perhaps even Galveston County, so that we can get an idea of what that low impact development looks like as applicable to our sleepy little community.
Yeah. Another resource, and it's a good resource, is the iSwim website. Again, the integrated stormwater management, it actually is developed by North Central Texas Council of Governments, and in a lot of these communities have implemented a lot of these low impact development type measures and approaches that we've been talking about tonight, and there's some really good material on that website. So I would invite you to check that out. It's if you just do a Google search for iSwim, ISWM, it'll take you right to it, and it's a lot of really good resources and a lot of really good stuff on that website.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes, I'm just delighted to see that this design manual is a guide, because I did quite a bit of reading in this, as we all did. It is a lot of information to absorb and try to retain. So if we could make this, like the mayor said, make this closer to Bastrop, that will surely help, and because there's a lot of information here, and we want to get it clear to where it works for Bastrop.
Council, any other comments? Thank you, Mark. Great job. Thank you. Appreciate it. Council, how are you doing? It's 8:40. Do we need another break, or can we keep going? All righty. Mark, we did it. We're on 60. Update and discussion of current legislative session and its impact on local municipalities. I will be extremely short. The House is having their first hearing tomorrow, and the latest Senate bill version, this is extremely important. I reported to you at the last council meeting that the bill was written to where if you had $15 million of property tax and sales tax that you were exempt. I shared with you that we're at around 10, so we were technically exempt. The latest version of the Senate bill is it is mandatory for all cities, and if you are below 15 million, then you can hold an election, and if your voters vote to make you exempt, then you are exempt. That's the current language. The legislators, they're changing that language every day. So we will, this is the first of several House bill hearings that will take place, but that is where we are. So currently, we would be required to hold a November election, and the citizens would have to vote for us to be exempt from the bill. So I would love to visit if anybody wants to talk about it some more. The Senate hearings are online and you can watch, and the House hearings will also be recorded and you can watch them if you would like. With that, I'm moving on to 7A, receive monthly report from Visit Bastrop, Susan Smith and team.
Thank you. Yes, and our team is growing. I'd like to first start out by introducing April Lewandowski. She's our new senior administrator. We're very happy to have her here. She has many years of experience, and this position became available due to the promotion of Christy Hunn into marketing coordinator. It's always nice to be able to promote from within. So we're very happy to have April here with us. Ashton and I are going to tag team. I'm going to talk, Ashton will do the marketing. We have a lot of marketing information to cover with you this month, so Ashton's going to speak to that, and then I will speak to the rest of the President's report. Before I begin, though, I want to, just for the folks at home and for folks here, is just to quickly remind everyone what Visit Bastrop is and who we are. So just to remind everyone that we're a destination marketing organization. We create, implement, oversee marketing campaigns and promotions to drive and inspire travelers into Bastrop. We work closely with meeting planners to plan events here and that display Bastrop and its attractions in the most favorable and enticing manner. We are funded through hot funds, not sales tax or any other tax. Since basically the 1960s, hotel occupancy taxes have been an important tool for promoting growth. And over 500 Texas cities levy a local hotel occupancy tax. Basically, this tax is motivates, if the hotel guest is motivated to come to Bastrop and stay overnight or extend their stay, the city of Bastrop benefits. And under Texas state law, local hot revenue can be used only to direct and promote tourism and the hotel and convention industry. So just want to clarify what our role is here. We are reporting for the month of January. And Ashton LaFuente, our marketing manager, will talk to you about our PR and marketing efforts.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager. Thanks for having me this evening. I'm just going to give you guys a quick recap on our health of our website, which is visitbastrop.com, and give you some stats for the month. I'm going to apologize in advance. I noticed this evening that my graphic on the right-hand side doesn't have the January numbers on it, but everything else is up to date, so I'll just speak to that, the January numbers. So in 2018, in January, we had roughly 2,000 people per month looking at our website. And, you know, full circle this year in 2019, we're generating almost 6,500 website organically. So that's a really good number to speak to. It's roughly 311% increase year over year. So we're happy to see that. Some of that increase is driven by some of the content that we share. In January, we shared a news article or just an article that we wrote about the top 10 family-friendly things to do during the winter. And that garnered some really good engagement, which kind of drove that increase. So people are definitely interested in the things to do, the events, and all the different things we have. As you can see, the top organic pages were obviously our homepage, and then our things to do and our events, and then Hyatt on-site activities. So that is something that we always look at to help us elaborate in certain sections on our website. So we always make sure to pay careful attention to our calendar of events and our activity offerings. Top cities just kind of tells you where the people live that are looking at our site. So Austin, Houston, and Bastrop are kind of our core group. We're looking to try and reach San Antonio a little bit more, and Dallas. And then I think Chicago and New York are in there based off of some of the stuff we've done with our press release. So just a quick update snapshot on the health of visitbastrop.com. Down on the bottom of the page is a quick snapshot of our social media stats for the month. We have a pretty nice following in Facebook, so we don't really move a lot there, but we got a little bit of growth. Instagram is shows a little bit more growth. It's a newer platform, and so we're constantly engaging the user there and trying to elevate our following on that platform as well. Moving on to page 3 is a PR update. So we just finished a 5-month-long branding initiative, and so one of the first things we wanted to do was tell everybody about it. So we worked with our agency to put together a press release, and we decided to send it out nationwide. So you can see we worked with PR Newswire, and they put it out on their platform, and it was picked up by 178 different publications. And so we kind of highlighted some of the bigger publications on the bottom, like the Dallas Business Journal and Yahoo Finance and Market Watch. And then on the bottom, and kind of in smaller print, you can see some of the other publications that picked it up as well. And then kind of some of the stats, estimated monthly visits for each platform, along with how many people probably read the article, and then what that coverage would have cost us if we had paid for that coverage out of our pockets. So just a recap there on our press release. And then moving on to page 4 is some of the other proactive PR efforts that we do on a month-to-month basis. So we're constantly trying to pitch Bastrop as a destination for people, for people to come see. So the proactive outreach, those bullet points right there are where we pitched Bastrop to for the month of January. And on the bottom is some of the coverage that sometimes gets generated from that outreach. So we try and think about the season that we're in. So in January, we're pitching for spring break and for, the summertime. So we did garner some really good coverage on TripAdvisor for romantic getaways for Texas couples. So that was kind of fun to see. Moving on to page 5. Oh, I'm done. I'll stand for any questions if anybody has any questions. Okay, thank you.
The brand public relations, over the newswire, really made our phones start to ring, and you'll see that in our sales results because we're doing January now. You'll see that in our sales results for February. So it picked up, and it actually is turned into dollars. So that's always good. Our lodging industry report for the month of December. We're always a month behind our report. So we have our current month, and then December 2018 versus December 2017. Really, the report is, again, it's flat, which is okay for the time being. One thing I will point out is the percentage change from December 2017 to 2018. The occupancy, the ADR, the RevPAR, the room rev, all took a dive there, and that is, looking back, was attributed to the fact that the Hyatt had a 2-night minimum for New Year's Eve in December, and then of 2017, and only did away with the minimum in 2018. So that's where the impact came along there. Other than that, everything looks great. We're still, have a very high ADR due to the Hyatt, and we are include campsites and the campground and the cabins and different things. So getting a more clear picture each time that we come forward. Our sales report for January, you'll notice a new column this month, and that's the economic impact column. That's a calculator that we have that's an industry standard calculator that calculates the economic impact and the value of an event and the return on investment to local taxes. So for the month of January, we had 3 leads. In December last year, we had, the previous month, we had 1 The room nights in January were 820, and in December they were 160. So we have an economic impact of almost $300,000 that's been presented to our partners here in Bastrop as potential business. So in other words, if they book this business, this is what we will see as an economic impact to the city of Bastrop. No lead assists, and that's basically us working with the Hyatt for January. Lead service request, we had 3, so that's a non-head in bed request. It could be for catering or busing or downtown, and those do not currently have an economic impact through Destinations International, which is the industry standard, so we can only measure heads and beds. In our definites, we had 2 for the month of January compared to 1 for the month of December. And then in room nights for January, we had 740 compared to 160 in December. And 1 definite service request. 1 lost, not due to anything other than the fact that the event was canceled by the client. Just quickly to share, our pace to date is our leads pacing on our fiscal year. We are at 58% of the goal that I set for the organization when I came here in September. Our lead room nights were pacing to 53% of our goal. The definites is 17%. You'll see that number is always going to be a little bit lower than leads on lead room nights because we can't really control that. That's up to the actual property. And the definite room nights are at 25% to goal. We also, with the lead to definite conversion rate, we are at 57%. The industry standard is about 8 to 10. So we're doing really great, which means the leads that we bring in are qualified leads and people that really want to be here and that we've done, some really good pre-qualification efforts with. And Catherine Lang, who you met last month, is our new director of sales, and we're very excited to share February's results with you as well. So any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilor Brunis?
The definites, are those, did you generate those definites?
Yes, those are any of these leads or definites come directly from us. So the definite would be a lead that we brought in, and then it turned into a definite.
I take it from the size of the business, it's probably Hyatt.
No, it is not Hyatt, actually.
Really?
The only thing that you would see that would be Hyatt would be under a lead assist or a definite assist.
Okay. Great.
So those were all leads that were just brought in directly through us in our outreach.
Those are great pieces of business.
Right, and so if you look at the economic impact, that's what will happen when these events take place. There will be an impact of $261,000 to our area.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Outstanding.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you.
All right, moving right along. Received presentation on the unaudited monthly financial report for the period ending January 31st, 2019. Ms. Waldron.
Good evening. We'll make this short and sweet. It's all green this month, so we like that. The economic indicators had not been updated, so these are the same indicators I had in December. As of January, it's 4 months of our fiscal year, which is around, and I cannot see those numbers, 33%. We're at about 40% on our revenue, which is pretty standard at this point with property taxes. My noteworthy, I'm always trying to be creative with my noteworthy. We have collections on property tax, and I always get that comment when people see our 99% ongoing, so I just wanted to mention that to y'all. All of the revenues are within the positive categories across the board with all funds, and the same with our expenses across the board. General fund is at 15% net positive right now, actual to forecast, so we're ahead on that. Sales tax is right at about 2% of forecast, so we're slightly above our forecast at this point. Property taxes is around 7% of our forecast, and then next month in February we'll be seeing that drop off significantly. Water and wastewater fund is This month, we have caught up revenue to expenditure, so we're at about almost 5% positive forecast. Water wastewater revenue is right at about 1% against forecast. The electric fund is running about a little over 4% actual to forecast. On the revenue side, it's almost break even. Hot tax is, the fund overall is 25% net positive. I'm glad Susan mentioned the revenue because I did have a note on the hot occupancy tax revenue. We're right at about break even to our forecast, but I did note on here our year to date, year over year, we're about 25,000 behind where we were last year. So just wanted to make that note. And then our legal fees breakout. If y'all have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Ms. Waldron, excellent job as usual. Council, any questions? Councilmember Ennis?
Did you forecast conservatively on hotel occupancy? Is that why you're...
I forecasted historically, so we are basically running at about where we were last year.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Great job. All right. As I've mentioned, 7C is pulled, so we'll be going straight to 7D. You're back on. Receive the comprehensive annual financial report and single audit report for the period ending September 30th, 2018, which includes the independent auditor's report presented by the independent audit firm of Patilla, Brown and Hill, LLP.
So this evening, yes, we are glad to present our comprehensive annual financial report for fiscal 2018. I'm glad to wrap that year up and actually completely step into fiscal 19. Our auditor with Patilla, Brown and Hill, Paula Lowe, is going to present the report and address any questions that you have.
Thank you, Tracy. Mayor, Council, I'm Paula Lowe with Patilla, Brown and Hill, and I'm here today to present to you the comprehensive annual financial report for fiscal year 2018. I know you have been talking a lot about expenditures in the future and looking out several years, even 20 to 40 years from now. But I'm here today to kind of take a step back and look backwards instead of forwards. And basically what we do as auditors, we come in and we look at internal controls and processes and the information that I'm presenting to you here today in order to let you know that the information is accurate that you have been getting. But what you have today is the comprehensive annual financial report. It's broke out into 3 different sections, one being the introductory section, one the financial section, and then the statistical section as well. In particular, the introductory section includes one item that I wanted to bring to your attention. It's the GFOA Certificate of Achievement. And basically what that is this comprehensive annual financial report goes to another agency and they review it in accordance with their standards. And if it does meet those standards, then this report does get that award. And I'm happy to let you know for fiscal year 2017 and before, this award was given to this city for 6 years consecutively. And we do anticipate the fiscal year 2018 report to receive this award as well, which would make it be the 7th year in a row. So definitely a high achievement for the city, and basically all the information in here in order to get the award would have to be here. It's above and beyond just a regular annual financial report. But to move on to the financial section, first one you see there on page 1 and 2 of that particular section is our independent auditor's report. And basically what that report says is that we have audited the accompanying financial statements in accordance with government auditing standards as well as generally accepted auditing standards. And we're able to render an unmodified opinion, which is also known as the highest opinion that can be rendered as well. Basically, that these financial statements are materially correct. But what I wanted to do today, too, within this particular section is just point out a couple of the highlights of this report and what the financial position was of the city at year-end, or September 30th, 2018. On page 16 and 17, you'll find your governmental fund financial statements. There, I know a big focus point is generally the general fund, and at this snapshot point in time, ending fund balance for the general fund was approximately $3.8 million, and unassigned fund balance for the general fund was approximately $3.6 million, which basically for the general fund there was like approximately 3 to 4 months of fund balance, 3 to 4 months of expenditures of fund balance is there for the city. Flipping through the financial statements, the statement of net position for the proprietary funds or your enterprise funds is the water and wastewater and your electric as well. You can see there what your unrestricted net position is at the year end, approximately $4.4 million for your water and wastewater and $4.1 million for electric. One of the things in your agenda or your packet that you have there today is something unusual for the city that you probably haven't seen in years past is the section we refer to as the single audit report. Basically, whenever an entity does expend more than $750,000 of federal awards, that kicks off another audit we refer to as a single audit. And basically what we have to do as auditors is we have to look at internal controls and processes over these federal awards and make sure that they are in adherence to the guidelines and that how these funds were spent and that they were in adherence to the guidelines materially for those particular grants. And within the report that you have for the single audit, you have been given a clean report, an unmodified opinion, which is the highest opinion that can be rendered, and no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies there as well. So overall, basically, our report today is a clean audit, and we definitely have gotten a lot of information throughout the audit process from the city, throughout all departments, and specifically, Tracy was a significant impact in us being able today to give you a clean opinion. So I appreciate it, and we've enjoyed working with everyone here at the city as well.
Thank you very much, Paul. Any comments or questions, Council? Councilmember Ennis?
I applaud the report you have in here. It's very educational.
Well, good.
In a lot of different areas. The historical report comparisons.
Yes,
are very good for us.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, the part of the comprehensive annual financial report towards the very end, the statistical section, does have a lot of trend information and analysis, which I think that's where people always tend to want to gravitate to within this report. A lot of great information, as you mentioned.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we're on 7E, received report from Bastrop Economic Development Corporation. Mr. Camerlander, thank you very, very much, and congratulations, Tracy.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, City Manager. We'll get right into this. I know it's getting late for y'all. First of all, just project updates. I'm calling Agnes 1 as the Agnes street that's currently under construction, not the EDA grant Agnes. It's delayed about 2 months due to weather, but other than that, we're proceeding on schedule and on budget. 921 Main, first phase of remediation is almost completed. Hang with us on that, but we're getting close to having those walls completely sealed up so that that damage is no longer taking place to our neighbors. Downtown Trail revised cost estimates have been provided by Bowman. The city, Bowman TxDOT met last week. We're establishing a timeline currently to get that project going, but it is moving forward now at a much faster pace. Technology Drive, we have provided the city and county scope of work, and we need approvals to begin that construction. We're working through a couple deal points on that, but hopefully that will come to council shortly if needed to be ratified. BEDC board approved funding the 20% match for that EDA grant at our last meeting, actually in January. So should we get that grant, which hopefully we'll hear soon about that, the EDC is ready to move on that and get the Agnes Gap going. So just want to give you an update on those projects. Marketing and other events attended. We went to I attended, as did one of our board members, TDC Sales Tax Workshop training in December. I attended, I'm a board member of the Foreign Trade Zone 183, so there was a board meeting for that. We hosted the We Believe in BISD for 100 plus teachers in December. We also went to New Republic Studios to participate in their meetings, and then we attended the ICSC Red River Conference in Fort Worth. There were over 3,600 attendees at that conference. We held 4 face-to-face meetings with our consultants, the retail coach. So they set up 4 meetings for us with really high-profile options, and then we also had 10 plus meetings where we went to people at their booths and talked to them about coming here. And this is shopping centers is what this is all about. So restaurants, shops, and those types of things that we want to see here in Bastrop. So we did that, and of course people came by our booth, which we co-hosted with the county. That's Adina Lewis. And so she held down the fort while we went out and talked to a bunch of people. She's a great partner. So all in all, a very good trip. Out-of-region visits, we're reporting again in December and January. We got a little messed up with our timing for my board meeting versus council meetings, so that's why you're seeing 2. Right now, I'll just focus on the year-to-date numbers. 14 out-of-region visits, 19 total leads. You can see the breakdown from where we get those leads. But right now, we're generating 11 of those 19, so more than half. That makes me happy. Our marketing is working. I hope to see those numbers increase even more as we get more serious about our marketing, which I'll talk about as we get into that. Prospect follow-up requests, that's actually talking to real prospects that have an interest in Bastrop, so we're doing that to the tune of about 350 emails, phone calls, and such. Prospect visits, we've had 3 for the year, and they're all repeat, which is what we want to see, and then no announcements, but hopefully we're going to change that number soon, so stay tuned. Leads by industry, so again, this is if we won every single project that we've seen. All 19 projects equal 3,995 jobs, 3.8 million square feet, and $1.5 billion worth of investment. And then the pie chart for the industries. So again, we'll watch this over the years, see if it's moving in the direction we want it to move, how diverse is that pie chart, is it the target industries that we want to see, and adjust our marketing efforts to make that what we want. So it won't change all that much from month to month, but over the years it will, and it's a powerful tool. Website analytics, so we're up on all of them, 34 states, 31 countries. Our blog, we continue to try and post news, community history, all that stuff. And that you can see that about half were found organically through search engines. Where that's all messed up, sorry about that. But the same as we've been seeing, and these are all our target areas. There's a reason why we travel to California, Illinois, and New York. They're high tax areas. They're looking here, so that's why you see. Virginia is interesting. I don't know what's driving Virginia. We generally stack up. Virginia stacks up well to Texas from an economic development standpoint, so that's not necessarily probably companies looking at us, but it could be anything from government. We just don't know. So in January, we saw a 47% increase in unique visitors to our website. We believe that's really generated from the Deep in the Heart Art Foundry video that we produced and put onto Facebook. And so that increased, and all of it increased. Again, it went to the blog as the main place to go. And then this changed even more. Nebraska and North Carolina. It's interesting where this is going. Did people from those see the video, come back, don't know? Nebraska's not a target for us, but we'll keep an eye on it. Social media engagement, about 5,100 total likes and followers in 18 versus 3,700. Of course, we weren't tracking Twitter or LinkedIn at that time, which is the bulk of that difference. And then it did increase, though, into January, again, because of the video was driving that growth. Want to bring you up, we're going to host the Governor's 2019 Small Business Workshop here in Bastrop on September 12th, right across the street. Tell your friends to come. It's going to provide small business owners and aspiring entrepreneurs an opportunity to interact with small business research providers. So business lenders, local, regional, state, federal agencies, they get to have hands-on, ask questions, really get into the weeds and answer the questions about how to operate their business, be more efficient, and be more successful is our goal. Partnering with the governor's office is great. They're going to help market it around the Austin area. And when I say Austin area, for them, that's 15 counties. So we're going to be the spot for this workshop for 15 counties in the Central Texas region. They're all going to have to come here to come do this course. So we're expecting a good crowd. We'll market it as well. It's $10, but obviously parking is included across the street. We'll be pitching this as we get closer. There's other ones of these around the states in the meantime, so stay tuned as we work that out. Other than that, that's it for me. I will say not much changes on a month-to-month basis for us. We move at sometimes glacial speed. And so I was going to request that maybe we take this to a quarterly update from the EDC. Of course, my phone's always there if you have questions. And if we have any projects, of course, we'll be here to talk to you at that time. It's just not a lot of changes in the quarter. And it's 9 o'clock and I'm doing that, so I'm trying to be good stewards of your time as well. But I will do an update as the council requests, however.
Council, do you care if he becomes quarterly?
I would prefer he be quarterly.
Councilmember, anybody want him to be monthly? We'll see you next quarter.
Okay. I'll work with Linda to get on the right schedule with other quarterly
Absolutely, and
reports.
I know if you had a major thing, you'd come.
Oh, absolutely.
Get on the agenda.
Just the reporting is all that would be.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. All right, we're moving on to citizen comments, and I am taking liberty as mayor to say we have a council member comment. Councilmember Peterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I must say I had a brain lapse a little bit earlier when I made councilman comments, and where I thanked all the citizens of Bastrop for the thoughts and prayers during my illness. But as I finally woke up and thought for a little bit, I forgot to thank the main person I'm here right now, which is my biggest supporter, my nurse, my bodyguard. Thanks, Willie Peterson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson, and we are also very thankful for Willie and her taking such good care of you. City Secretary, do I have anyone signed up to speak for citizen comments? We are done with citizen comments. Council, it's 9:11. I think we'll go pretty quick here. We got consent agenda and just a few things. Please feel free to get up if you need to. Does anyone want an item, council, pulled from the consent agenda? I would bring to your attention that there are updated meeting minutes on the dais, and the city secretary very sweetly marked in yellow what was different. It was just one correction and one clarification. Is there anyone in the audience that wants a consent agenda item pulled? City secretary, if you'll read the consent agenda.
Item 98, consider action to approve minutes from the February 12, 2019 meeting. Item 98, consider action to approve second reading of ordinance 2019-01, amending chapter 15, Fairview Cemetery, section 15.01.016, monument, memorial, or tombstone, to the code of ordinances of the city of Bastrop, Texas, in accordance with the existing statutory requirements, including the working provisions, providing for services and establishing an effective date. Item 92. Consider action to approve the second reading of ordinance 2019-03, amending the budget for the fiscal year 2019 in accordance with existing statutory requirements, appropriating the various amounts herein as a fraction of Exhibit A, repealing all prior ordinances and actions in conflict therewith, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you very much, City Secretary.
Madam Mayor, move to approve the consent agenda.
Second. I have a motion to approve from Mayor Pro Tem Nelson and a second from Councilmember Peterson. Is there any further discussion? Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Ennis?
Yes.
And Councilmember Rogers?
Yes. Thank you, Council. The consent agenda passes unanimously. We are now on item 10A. You had papers put in front of you at the dais. Consider action and approve resolution number R 2019-23 of the City Council of the City of Bastrop, Texas, making determinations regarding certain project-specific exceptions and/or exemptions as provided by Emergency Ordinance 2018-1, Section 8, and Emergency Ordinance 2018-2, Section 7. Ms. Bills.
For tonight, we have 5 items for consideration. The first 4 are waivers that provide minimal impact on the sites, and the last one is a new construction site plan that's proposing alternative design standards through this process. So the first one, this is 169 West State Highway 21. It got cut off a little bit there. The current use on this site is residential. They're in our statutory extraterritorial jurisdiction, so what they are trying to process through us is a minor plat to become a lot of record so they can go to the county to get development permits. They're proposing, they want to build a Butler barn on the back of their building. They're going to tear down some existing sheds. So they'll have about 2,400 square feet of additional impervious cover. And the engineer has looked at it. You can see the area overall where this is located on 21 off of South 71. The engineer has looked at it and it drains. It'll drain about 0.38 cubic feet per second additional with the additional impervious cover, and it goes into the, my pointer is not working, goes into the existing creek there. Any questions on that item?
Move to approve. Motion to approve, Jones.
Second.
I have a second from Mayor Pro Tem Nelson. Is there any further discussion or questions? Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson? Councilmember Ennis?
Yes.
So 169 West State Highway 21 passes unanimously. Next.
The second one is 248 Union Chapel Road. This is also south of 71. It's an existing commercial site. It's got some mini storage. They also are in our statutory TJ and are trying to do a minor plat so they can do some additional parking areas for the storage lot. They're proposing to put down an additional 7,800 square foot of gravel parking in this area. The increased runoff will be about 0.37 cubic feet per second. This is off of Union Chapel Road and FM 1209 south of 71. And you can see the drainage on this drains to the north to go into the creek system. Any questions?
Move to approve. I have a motion to approve from Councilmember Jones. Second. I have a second from Councilmember Rogers. Is there any further discussion? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Ennis.
So the 6-foot security fence is included in the consideration on the drainage,
And
right?
it'll be a chain link fence that's not that the engineer determined won't cause any
thank you.
Additional hindrances.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Ennis. It's good to clarify that. Any other questions? We got the wrong stack down there? Or everybody okay? All right, Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Ennis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Yes.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. So 248 Union Chapel Road is approved. Next.
The next waiver request is for 304 Industrial Boulevard. This is an existing industrial site. There is a building on the site currently that it burned down several years ago, and they've been in the process of evaluating whether or not they can reuse that structure. And they, I think at this point, it's been deemed they need to tear it down. So this property is not platted. So right now, that's what they're looking to do is the plat for the property first. This is zoned industrial. So currently, the lot size is a little over 11,000 square feet, and it's already got 67% impervious cover. And in examining it, they've determined at this time they're not proposing to expand the impervious cover on the lot, but they may when they have to come through with the site plan. So if they're still under the moratorium and they want to go over that 67%, they would have to come back.
Move to approve. I have a motion to approve from Councilmember Jones.
Second.
I have a second. And how come this couldn't be exception?
We go through those options, and sometimes I think applicants turn them in as exemptions. They get the engineer to look at it and are determining, so then that's, after they've already done the work, they turn them in as exemptions.
Okay,
So I think
this is the kind of thing that when we get our drainage ordinance updated,
yes,
staff needs to take care of this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Yes.
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 So thank you, Council. 304 Industrial Boulevard is unanimously approved. Next.
751 Kaler Cove is proposing to add a 140 square foot shed in the backyard. The lot size is a little over 8,000 square feet. This will add an additional 1.7% of impervious cover. They're in the Riverside Grove subdivision. The drainage goes through the subdivision to the river, and it'll add a minimal 0.02 CFS into the system.
Move to approve. Motion to approve from Councilmember Jones. A second. I have a second from Councilmember Rogers. Is there any further questions? Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Ennis? Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Yes.
Thank you, Council. 751 Kaler Cove is unanimously approved. The next project is the proposed Family Dollar.
So this one's a little bit more fun because this requires reading through a lot more drainage study. So this is the southwest corner of SH 95 and Farm Street, which is right north of the Firestone tire. It's a vacant lot, and they're proposing to do commercial retail business on the lot, which will require a site development plan. They're proposing with the site development plan a 65.4% impervious cover, which between the parking lot and the building. In their study, they provided that at the 100-year peak flow, the pre-development flow on this lot is currently 9 cubic feet per second, and the post-development flow will control that output to 5.4 cubic feet per second. You can see in the area that you've got the movie theater and the Firestone directly to the south. The existing drainage pattern on this lot already that drains to the southwest corner of the lot towards the Firestone parking lot. The high point is at the road there at the corner, and so all the existing drainage does go that direction. In their site plan, they're calling for a detention pond along the southern edge of the property. Everything up to the 25-year storm will actually be pumped to Farm Street to go into the existing stormwater management system that goes into Gills Branch. So the 1.4 of the cubic feet per second of that 100 at any storm level will go that direction. And then at the 25-year storm, you'll have 0.2 CFS that'll come through a spillway on the southern. It's right up there at that southwest corner of the detention pond. And at the 100-year storm, a 4.0 cubic feet per second will come through that spillway. They also provided, this was part of the Firestone's improvement plans that show that when they built that site, they took into account the drainage that was already coming through that point, through the parking lot, and actually kind of put in some slab to protect the building, and the water drains through the parking lot into the parking lot, eventually into the channel that goes into Gills Branch.
We always love it when, I was going to say, and Jerry agrees that it took it into account, and we're all good to go?
And there are engineers here too, if you have any super technical questions.
You've sat here this long. Come tell us what you'd like to tell us.
I'll keep it very short. Staff way up front, a lot with planning for zoning, but also a lot with engineering, because the site does drain through Firestone's parking lot and then through the theater parking lot, and then kind of right now there's about a 6-inch deep puddle in the theater parking lot, and then it works its way to Gills Branch. And knowing Gills Branch is an issue, but our current design is using a storm pump. So there's a storm system in Farm Street, but it's about halfway between our property and the actual branch. And so we're going to use a pump to pump the small storms to that storm system, and it'll go directly to the creek. So not every time we get a rain event, a normal rain event will just go in our detention basin, pump out at the 2-year rate to that storm system, and it won't go through the Firestone and Theater parking lot every time it rains. So the only time that should happen is, like she said, the 25-year storm is right at that level, and we did use the new NOAA 14 higher rates for this design. So that's the threshold in which the pump and detention storage on site kind of stops, and it'll start using our overflow, and it will, for those large extreme events, go through where it's going now, through the parking lot and down where it goes. But it's still at a lower rate than current. But that was something we talked with the staff, like, this is really not ideal for every time it rains, our site water to go through Firestone, through the theater, and it's not really a great channel leaving the theater, getting to Gills Branch. So for those smaller rain events, it'll be going directly to the storm system and into Gills Branch via culvert rather than across multiple people's properties and that sort of system. So we believe we've got a good design system, not only for detention and flooding, but also just practically speaking. You talked about maintenance and those kind of things. We can't really control, you know, when you have water going across multiple other people's property through another storm ditch and those kind of things. So we tried to take that into account with Mr. Pallady and Mr. I think James McCann is the third party. So we had those discussions, and that's kind of how we got to where
Kind
we're
of
at.
a cool solution. Sounds like it was a fun project.
Move to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Councilmember Jones. Were you done, Jennifer?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a motion to approve from Councilmember Jones.
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Peterson. Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Ma'am?
Oh, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Councilmember Ennis?
Ms. Bills? I'm very concerned about this. Did you say there was, you said something hadn't been developed yet? Development plan, or what was it?
The site development plan. So this exemption gives them the go-ahead to turn in the site development plan. So they've already done most of that plan to get to these numbers, but we still will, through that review, tighten up the numbers and make sure everything, do an even more in-depth review of the drainage plan during that site development plan process. So that's our normally. Our normal process before the moratorium would have been, someone would have just come directly in with that site development plan, and drainage is a component of that. In this case, because of the moratorium, they've increased their assumptions with the Atlas 14 numbers and thought about the drainage design a little more heavily in their site development plan. So when they turn that in, that piece has already been worked out further than it would have been in the past.
I'm very concerned with this, that this is right in the middle of our most sensitive area for drainage. Councilman Peterson's home is in the middle of it. Seems like we're acting precipitously to approve this. I mean, I'm all for the Dollar General, but I think we're acting precipitously to approve this without having more regional study on that whole area.
So just so you know, we do have development plans done, ready to submit, and our understanding is that we have to get through this first. We actually have provided full plans. We've gotten a few comments, and so those plans will be in staff's hands as soon as we get this step. One of the good things about our design, so the pump that we're designing, the storm pump, a pump just pumps at what it pumps at. So we've designed it to pump at this lower, the 2-year design storm. We have to meet the 2, the 10, the 25, and the 100-year storm for these larger events. And knowing this is a big deal, so for the 2-year event, pre-development's 1.4 CFS. Post-development's going to be 1.4 CFS for 2-year. Well, when you get to the 10-year goes way up. Sorry, let me get the number here. I don't want to tell you incorrectly. So the 10-year pre-development, which a 10-year storm would be 6.8 inches of rain. Pre-development would be 3.6. Well, we're still just pumping at 1.4 CFS, so it's almost half. For the 25-year event, that's 8.8 inches of rain. Existing would be 5.5 CFS, and we're pumping at 1.4, and we have our calculators show just barely spillway. It's total of 1.6. So for the So for example, the 25-year event, it's going from 5.5 down to 1.6. That's a huge difference. It's not just that 100-year number where they've given you the 100 years, 9 CFS existing, and we're going down. We're going down significantly for all those designs because we've understood that this is a major issue. And it's a pretty small piece of property. It's 1 acre. I understand that every piece counts, but I think when Half and Associates presents, you're going to realize how big of a watershed this is. And that small amount of impervious when you're also providing detentions really, I don't think that's going to be your system-wide answer or really even a noticeable impact to your system-wide. Even if we didn't provide as much detention in the system that we've tried to think out and make sure we were making it significantly better.
Thank you.
And Jerry, for clarification, even what Mark talked about in the drainage manual that was proposed, it had the post 100-year had to meet the pre-25. He's doing even better than that.
He's doing even better than that. So
So what we're talking about adopting, they're even doing better than that with this proposal.
We too had a lot of concern on this, so we spent a lot of time on it. And I think they've done a good job of putting it forward and showing us what they intend to do and how they intend to do it. One of the things that I want to talk to them about if this project does go forward is the pump itself. The pump's a very critical component to a very critical structure. And it's got to be operational. So the questions we're going to ask and have them define is who's going to maintain it, how's it going to be maintained, when's it going to be maintained, and who's going to get the reports on that. That's going to be real important so we know that pump's going to be functional at the time it needs to be functional. So I think with those pieces in place, I feel pretty good about what he's offering, what he's got on paper. And I think it looks good.
Any other?
I think my concern is larger than what we're talking about here. We put a moratorium on because of drainage, and I look at the property in Bill's neighborhood, and we're just adding something else that's going to add to that. And wait just a minute. And my concern is that we're just adding more to it before we really have discovered the full scope of what we have to deal with the Gills Branch. That's my concern.
Yes, sir. And I think that with the fact that they're operating on a 2-year event, they've given you way better than they're required to. So even with the standards you looked at tonight, they've surpassed them. So I think that they are working hard to be a good partner. So I don't want you to think that by approving this that we're getting ahead of ourselves. I think what you're going to find with Half and Associates, which was frustrating for me when the 2017 study came out, and I keep referring to the pink on the map. There was this pink on the map, and even when we spent $22.5 million, there was still a whole lot of pink on the map. And I kept saying, if we're going to spend that kind of money, I need to see less pink on the map. So the 2D study has gone in and now deals with the depth of the water. And so what you're going to see is they're going to have 3 or 4 scenarios that are going to look at detention. They're going to look at channel improvements. And they are able to quantify in the watershed the depth of the water and how each one of those solutions makes a difference. And Jerry, Trey, and I met with Half and Associates. And there is a solution that makes a real difference and incrementally could be implemented over a period of time that you would see some real improvement, which to this point in time, I don't think we've ever been given an option that offers a real solution. We talked about how we could maybe do some additional improvements to make one of the options even better than what it was. They've gone back to do quality control on their calculations, and that's what they will be presenting to you in March. So If I had not had that meeting with Half and Associates, I wouldn't be willing to say to you, I think there's hope, and I think hope's doable. I think the great thing about the option that they're going to present is it can be done incrementally. It's going to allow us to apply for some grants and some funding options, because we can build a project many years in advance and be able to apply for some assistance to help us with its cost. So all of that to tell you that I think what you see from coming from Half with this 2D model versus what you saw with the 1D model is quantifying what that looks like. Now, what I've not seen is the price tag, because they didn't have that. But even with $22.5 million at play, there was no movement of the pink. So I think that I feel comfortable at least telling you that with what you're going to see with Half and Associates, the concerns you have for Mr. Peterson and the others in that area, there's now a solution we can at least put on the table and have a community conversation about. And to this point, I don't think we've had that.
In your best estimate, and I'm really going to put you on the spot, how far out is that?
How far is?
I mean, we're going to allow a dollar store to move in there and add to the flow. How far out is our
I don't think you're adding to the flow based on what he said. You're not adding to the flow. They're going to keep it at what it is today, and in some events where volume would matter, they're even shrinking it down further. So I would argue they're helping you.
And when we said that they were exceeding what Mark laid out as requirements for Gills Branch, I don't mean they're exceeding the flow. They are doing even more detention on site and having less impact. They're exceeding the requirements that Mark defined that you read in the proposed drainage manual.
Okay.
And I'll add, the detention area is 9,300 cubic feet, I'm sorry. It's a pretty good size area.
Councilman Ennis, thank you for the consideration about that water ended up in the Gills Branch, but they're going to pump it over by Farm Street in a Gills Branch. It would do the same thing if it crossed by Firestone down in front of the theater. It would come right back in by the convention center. So the flow is going to be about the same going to Gills Branch.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any other comments? Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Ennis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers?
Yes. The motion passes unanimously, and we are moving on to item 10B. Putting my stacks in the right spot. Consider action and approve resolution number R 2019-24 of the City Council of the City of Bastrop, Texas, approving Building Bastrop policy statement, a purpose statement, and explanation for all development-related code divisions and rulemaking procedures to ensure clarity and consistency in establishing an effective date. City Manager.
Mayor and Council, first of all, let me say that in the staff report, the purpose statement is incorrect. My apologies. It is correct in the resolution and the draft policy statement. I always want to ensure that we start at the beginning of a conversation. Oftentimes, staff spends a lot of time on a particular topic. Council has a focus on it. And we just assume that everybody is taking the journey with us, and they're not. So I want to go back to the beginning and talk about Building Bastrop. That was a project that was launched on August 15th of 2018, and it was really geared around creating a new set of tools that will support our community for generations to come. I loved the term that we're humanizing a very complicated and mundane process of rewriting the city codes. And y'all have been abundantly clear that we have to honor the things that make us Bastrop, but yet we have to plan for a sustainable future. So why is Building Bastrop? You know, when I visit with people about Bastrop, and I talk to them in the context of planning for the next 100 years, for people that have been born and raised in Bastrop, that's just a given. But for those of us that have never lived in communities that were really more than 50 or 60 years old, this is an impressive statement. The city of Bastrop's one of the oldest communities in the state. We are 187 years old. We'll celebrate our 187th birthday on June 8th. And so we're really planning for the next 100 years because we'll celebrate our 200th birthday in 2032, just 13 years from now. We are addressing infrastructure. We spend time talking about our wastewater plant that we have to replace, our water plant that has to be replaced. We've put a lot of time and energy in putting together a street program. We've got the Old Iron Bridge we need to address. From a standpoint of significant growth, you almost can't turn on any news channel or read any business publication without understanding that we are in one of the fastest growing regions in the state or in the country. And at the end of the day, we may all not want to grow, but there are fewer and fewer options every day as to where growth will happen in Central Texas. We know the I-35 corridor is built up. It's very expensive to build to the west of Austin. So in all likelihood, they'll be coming east. So all of that is important because at the end of the day, if development's going to come, we need to get it right. And so those were the elements that have been identified as to why building Bastrop is important. So we have all appreciated the fact that any decision that's made relative to our new codes needs to be based on a purpose statement. And the reason that this is important is much like tonight, we're going to be drinking from the fire hose for the next few meetings dealing with some really complicated concepts. And the best way to measure whether or not they work is to evaluate them against a purpose statement. And so we discussed this at the February 12th work session. And there were some consistent themes that we talked about. Geographically sensitive, fiscally sustainable, authentic, walkable, timeless. And so the instruction was given for us to go and do something with those words and bring back a purpose statement in hopes that we have heard you, and if not, you will guide us to make some changes. So very simply put, the purpose statement for the Building Bastrop initiative would be to create a fiscally sustainable community through land use regulations that are locally made, and that's just code for authentic Bastrop, and geographically sensitive. So just to say that one more time, to create a fiscally sustainable community through land use regulations that are locally made, i.e. authentic Bastrop, and geographically sensitive. So words matter, and it's important for us to get some definitions and some understanding of what these words mean. So if I have not represented them correctly, it would be important for us to debate those. But fiscal sustainability really is simply the ability of a government to sustain its current spending, tax, and other policies in the long run without threatening government sovereignty or defaulting on some of its liabilities or promised expenditures. The power of tonight is we are beginning to ask the question and get answers on, are we fiscally sustainable? And we have heard in no uncertain terms from Kevin Shepard, who's building our model, that we're not. And scenario C was taking our revenues, looking at the cost of our infrastructure, and adding our future land use. And over the 30-year period of time, we are upside down, i.e. we are not fiscally sustainable to the tune of about $137 million over that 30-year period of time. One of the things that I continue to be very proud of y'all about is that y'all are not interested in the blame game. Y'all have talked about it in terms of the responsibility game. And you've been very clear that you're going to change the way the city addresses development through the development standards because what we're doing is not working. And we know it's not working because we have a model that's confirmed that's not working. Suburban sprawl is not working in Bastrop. It's frankly not working anywhere. And so that's part of the process that we're going through. The comprehensive plan, very clearly that was adopted in 2016, has some very clear goals and some very clear language about smart growth and building in a way that's fiscally sustainable. The mayor often speaks to it being a win-win scenario when she publicly talks about what is building Bastrop. Well, fiscal sustainability works only if it's a win-win scenario. We heard Kevin tonight talk about the development community puts in the infrastructure the first time and the city pays for it every time thereafter. So it's great if we want to put in fiscal sustainability principles, but if they're not viable for the development community to put in, they won't work. So whatever fiscal sustainability looks like has to be a win-win scenario for both the developer and the city. This one has proven to be slightly challenging. Locally made is how we've defined what many of you refer to as authentic Bastrop. And authentic means, just in a very clear definition, being so in fact genuine, not fraudulent or counterfeit. And the way that has been articulated to us is you're not interested in anything that's cut, copy, and paste from any other city. That any concept that we bring you, any principle that we bring you has to be vetted specifically to meet the elements of the building Bastrop purpose statement. And that's to create a fiscally sustainable community with land use regulations that are locally made and geographically sensitive. So geographically sensitive, and I think this chart just tells a really profound story. One of the things that we've said from day one is we cannot have a one-size-fits-all approach to codes. And the reason for that is the geographical differences that affect Bastrop or affect development here in Bastrop. So part of Bastrop is on a bluff, part of Bastrop is flat, part of Bastrop has clay soil, part of Bastrop has sandy soils. And we know that there are 4 or 5 different sandy type soils. We have floodplain from the Colorado River. We have floodplain from Gills Branch. We have floodplain from Piney Creek. State Highway 71 creates a physical barrier for folks that rely on other means of transportation than the automobile. Union Pacific comes right through town. There's 12 crossings. We're a part of the 13-mile swath that is known as the Lost Pine Forest that contains the loblolly pines. We also are home to the conservation district of an endangered species known the Houston toad. And oh, by the way, we're, less than 5 miles square. So this just speaks to all of the challenges that are presented to the development community depending on where you choose to develop in Bastrop. So we need to acknowledge that developing here can be a challenge, but it also can be an extraordinarily well done event if done right. So one of the things that are important is to define what are the elements of fiscal sustainability. And so you have mandated very clearly that whatever the elements are have to be locally made, have to be authentic Bastrop. So back in October, Matt Lewis and his team put together what we called a DNA analysis of downtown. And all of the things that are being proposed sustainability came straight out of downtown Bastrop. I think that's about as authentic as we can get. Downtown Bastrop is laid out in the 330-foot by 330-foot small gridded blocks. That creates flexible blocks. And over time, it could go from being a farm lot to a series of small houses. It could be what we see on Main Street. Even if you go to some of the bigger cities, you'll see hospitals, for example, that take up full city blocks. So over time, as a community ages, You have a variety of density levels, you have a variety of lot sizes, and organizations to fit whatever the market needs it to be at that point in time. Streets are sized appropriately to the scale of the building and the lot makeup. You heard both from Kevin and from Mark this evening that the way to manage the fiscal sustainability of our infrastructure is to make sure it's sized appropriately for the traffic makeup. Your infrastructure is gridded as well. That's important because it provides a series of intersections not only from a redundancy standpoint, but it also helps reduce the cost of that infrastructure, because if you have multiple people accessing it, you don't have the loops and lollipops of cul-de-sacs in your traditional suburban sprawl development. It is also key to a navigable design that makes it easy to move around on foot, bike, skateboard, or car. One of the 9 focus areas that you have for meeting your vision statement is multimodal. And I think navigable design certainly meets the intent of multimodal. It also creates walkable places. Downtown was built with clear and logical intentions. And if you studied the history of Bastrop and how it has evolved over time, this is true, from the layout of the streets, the location along the waterfront, the orientation of the buildings, and the variety of buildings and scales. All of those are things that we see in downtown Bastrop. What was interesting tonight is Kevin talked about even when you add the infrastructure costs back of your roads, downtown still single, it's still green. These are the reasons why that model has shown over time downtown works. It functions as a complete neighborhood. It provides easy access to services, housing, office space, parks, civic space, and the gridded network of streets provides those options. Timeless was something that you mentioned in the statements, and so downtown Bastrop really is timeless, and so a critical element of fiscal sustainability is over 100, 200, 300, 400 years it needs to work. And it's really interesting when you think back to the late 1800s when Bastrop became a city, it was horse and buggy. And now we're looking at autonomous vehicles, and it functions just as well with horse and buggy as it does perhaps with autonomous cars. So it does speak to the timelessness of how it functions as the market conditions change in what we would consider today a modern world. Now, the one thing that is not addressed in the Bastrop DNA report that we have talked greatly about at a staff level, and the codes that Matt will be presenting to you in the near future, have what's called a golden ratio, and it's also known as the Fibonacci sequence. And one of the things that we know about timeless walkable places is that they have to be visually appealing, comfortable, and built to scale. And the golden ratio is also known as the divine proportion. You see it in art, you see it in nature, you see it in science. Flower petals, trees, makeups of your hurricane and storms, all take on that golden ratio. One of the challenges that we've had to overcome as staff is when you grow up in an environment and what you know is suburban sprawl development, that's all you know. Changing to a different process on how you think and do takes real effort. And so one of the things that we know we need to do is help the disciplines that create design, architects and engineers, to be able to transition from suburban sprawl to fiscal sustainability. And the best way to do that is with math. So the way I have defined golden ratio in my mind is it's a mathematical equation for creativity. So you just do the math and it'll work. And so Matt and his team are going to be putting together the design standards so that the proportion always works and fits the scale of the street. So as a pedestrian or somebody that is interacting and interfacing with that space is comfortable. And at the end of the day, that is really the key. So the policy statement, which is the multi-page document that's in your agenda packet and referenced as Exhibit A to the resolution, is intended to be a workable document, will be likely amended in the future as additional key elements become important, or y'all acknowledge this matters, we need to do this. We'll capture it that way. And then the document will be incorporated into the ordinance preamble. Having worked in multiple cities and other staff here that has done that, so often we're handed a code and we have no context. We don't know what caused the code to be written. We don't know what elements mattered or were important. And so we don't have the intent. So this preamble to this ordinance will help anybody that takes this code in the future, and they can go back to this point in time and understand exactly why was this code written, what elements were important, why were they important, and how were these choices made. And hopefully that will create a game plan that allows this document to live well beyond this council and this administration, because very clearly, if the end game is to create a fiscally sustainable community through land use regulations that are locally made, authentic Bastrop, and geographically sensitive, that's a goal that should last hundreds of years. There's nothing about any of that not to like. So with that, Mayor and Council, I am interested in any feedback that you can provide at this time.
Council, do you have any comments for City Manager? Councilmember Ennis?
I think the statement was beautifully crafted that we have in our packet, as it is.
I can say that certainly all the reports that we've heard this evening are supporting the direction that we've decided to go. All of the studies that we've asked to be done, everything that we pointed towards that we've wanted to accomplish has supported everything that the direction that we're going, and I'm pretty happy with it, and I think that you've captured that pretty succinctly. So I appreciate all the work you put into it. Thank you.
But it's very much been a group effort here.
Councilmember Peterson, did you want to say anything?
Move for approval.
A second.
I have a motion for approval in a second. One comment. The locally made parentheses, authentic Bastrop, close parentheses, it seems a little bit weird for me to have a purpose statement that has a definition inside of it. Is there, can it just be locally made and geographically sensitive, or be authentically Bastrop and geographically sensitive?
Ma'am, this is your purpose statement. I put both of those words in there because depending on which one of you talk to, depends on which one of those you say.
Yes.
So I'm happy.
It seems kind of weird because you don't know whether to say the parentheses or not say the parentheses. And when I think of our mission statement, it's something that you can say and it stands on its own.
Why don't you take out the parentheses and put in commas?
That's certainly an option. Mayor Pro Tem Nelson, did I hear you say something? Do you want to comment?
Well, we started off the entire process back in August by talking about authentic Bastrop, and I think that's a term we need to retain in this as opposed to locally made. I think the definition of authentic Bastrop is local. You know, I would prefer to see it just say authentic Bastrop as opposed to locally made in parenthetical.
Regulations that are authentic Bastrop and geographically sensitive?
I like that.
Is there, Councilmember Ennis, any?
Works for me.
Councilmember Peterson, you okay with Mayor Pro Tem Nelson's suggestion? Councilmember Jones?
My only question is, why did you put it, you crafted it the way you did, clearly for a reason.
Because without naming names, a couple of you tell me I don't know what authentic Bastrop means and use locally made, so I'm working.
She was really and truly trying to pull together what we've done, but at the end of the day,
this is
we
not
own
my
it.
purpose
Yeah.
statement. This is your purpose statement. So I listen to what you tell me, and it is up there. So some of you use authentic Bastrop, and then some of you say to me, I don't know what that means, but I do know what locally made means. So this is your statement. It serves as a policy guideline to staff and others. So I'm fine with whatever you choose.
I think you were also trying to capture we weren't going to cut and paste in all of that. And I don't know if authentic Bastrop to some of us means that, but for some other people it might not. But I'm happy with authentic Bastrop.
So,
Bill, do you need to alter your motion?
Exactly. We have a motion on the table to approve it exactly like it is. Does anyone, and I forget, who was the second? I forget.
So Bill Peterson made the motion, Deborah Jones
Yes,
seconded it,
thank
and a
you.
friendly motion would be to amend it to delete the words locally made and take the parentheses away from authentic Bastrop. It will then read, create a fiscally sustainable community through land use regulations that are authentic Bastrop and geographically sensitive.
Councilmember Peterson, are you amenable to that friendly amendment, or do you want to make a different suggestion?
No, I think the amendments go okay.
Okay, and so I have a motion from Councilmember Peterson that has been friendly amended. Councilmember Jones, do you want to still second that?
I second it to read regulations that are authentic Bastrop, no parentheses, and geographically sensitive, taking out locally made.
All right. I see city manager writing it down. I see city secretary, and thankfully we have tape, so I think we've got it. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Nelson.
Well, you know, we've set out and made this policy statement, which is going to provide direction to staff, and now the task before us and assigned to staff is moving the process forward. We've analyzed it, we've assessed, we're planning, and we need to start acting on this in some time frame, not hurrying the process along, not setting a time frame, because we want to get it right. But I think this is a vital step forward in reaching that planning and acting segment of what we're trying to accomplish. So I just wanted to throw that in there, that this is another step forward.
Yes, sir. And at the very next meeting, Matt Lewis and company will come and discuss with you a framework and a pattern book. But without this purpose statement, it doesn't matter. And so everything that you now will do relative to a policy decision will always go back to that purpose statement. And if we can't make it fit that purpose statement, then I would challenge that it doesn't need to be included. And if it is geographically sensitive but not fiscally sustainable, we still have to keep working until we find, because it's an and, it's not an or.
Exactly.
So it has to be fiscally sustainable, it has to be authentic Bastrop and geographically sensitive. So I think that this purpose statement will prove to be critically important as we move forward, because there are going to be some difficult challenges that you will be asked to make as a policy body, and I think this purpose statement will take some of the angst out of it, and it's either going to meet this or it isn't. So thank you for that, Councilmember Nelson.
And I also I'm thrilled to hear that we're going to see a pattern book and see some stuff. I think that council and the community is ready to see some meat on the bones. We need something to look at. We've been talking about it a lot, but I would also caution ourselves and the community that it won't be tablets brought down the mountain from Moses, like you said, but we need to see something. It doesn't have to be final and perfect, but everybody is anxious to see something.
Yes, and so, you know, in the context of tonight, we've brought you some really big concepts, and it's stymied the ability to move forward because it's overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think tonight, between the wholesale water and wastewater rates and the stormwater drainage that we need to take a very incremental approach to this conversation. So, in the future, I know the top two things that will be coming to you fairly quickly is we're going to be dealing with sidewalk standards. The reason for that is we've got some money to start making improvements with sidewalks, and we need to make sure they meet the codes. And then parking. Parking is much like stormwater and the wholesale wastewater codes. It's a big topic and it has a lot of impact. So it's one of those things that a conversation's not going to be adequate. Y'all are going to have to talk about it. You're going to have to talk to your constituents about it, and then we're going to have to talk about it some more. So in light of, yes, the community's ready to see these things, we are certainly working very diligently to do that, but I just want people to appreciate y'all have said all land use regulations. That is an epic vessel of information. So we will methodically bring it to you in a way that we can not choke on all this.
Any further comments? Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Councilmember Peterson? Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Ennis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Yes.
And Councilmember Rogers?
Yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you again for all the hard work. As mentioned earlier, 10C has been pulled. We are on 10D, consider action to approve first reading of ordinance 2019-02 of the City Council of the City of Bastrop, Texas, amending the Bastrop City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 13, Article 13.02, Section 13.02.002, wastewater service charge, repealing conflicting provisions, providing for severability, proper notice and meeting, establish for an effective date, and move to include on the March 12th consent agenda for second reading. Ms. Waldron.
Good evening again. So going back a ways to November 15th of 2018, we did have the workshop where the consultant came in and we talked about some billing methodology and also a broad discussion of water and wastewater rates. And one of the things that we wanted to bring back immediately was the conversation of commercial wastewater service charge and the fact that our current policy is that commercial and residential are treated the same and that they are both billed on a winter averaging system or winter averaging methodology. The premise behind winter averaging is the fact to factor out water usage due to irrigation, which means it makes sense for residential, but it is not the industry standard for commercial. And those were the types of discussions that we had at that workshop, and we are bringing back the ordinance now to make those changes to commercial wastewater service and to change them to where they are just calculated on their water usage. Y'all had asked at that point in time for the consultant to run our data and bring back an analysis of how that would affect our commercial customers, and they have done that, and they have showed us going out how much the bill might change and how many of those customers might be affected. They went so far as to look at very specific accounts that are over that $1,000 annual amount, and we've looked up those accounts just so that we could make sense of them. The city splash pad, car washes, there were some accounts that related to pools and apartments, and all of those make sense that their monthly amounts are going to go up because they're using the water and it's going back in our system and we're having to treat it. And so just wanted to highlight those customers of who would be affected the most by this change.
Any questions for Ms. Waldron?
I do. Are there any of these customers that capture their runoff and reuse any of their
Not that I know
water,
of at this
recycle
time.
that water from
We have been
internally?
approached by a few to do that, but not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
They may change their mind. But we need to be billing for the appropriate
I mean, we.
If we don't, you have ratepayers that are subsidizing commercial profits.
And it's crazy. So this is the cleanup that we talked about. I think you did a great job. Councilmember Jones, a question?
I mean, you specifically talked about the splash pad, but isn't that, who runs that?
We do.
So we're going to bill ourselves for that, is what you're saying?
Yes, we will.
Oh, wow.
So it's important to appreciate that the water and wastewater funds are called enterprise funds.
They're separate.
And by definition of governmental accounting standards, enterprise funds are set up as businesses because ratepayers are not necessarily taxpayers. And you appreciate that our water CCN incorporates part of our citizens, but our wastewater treatment CCN does not. So each one of these utilities needs to stand on their own merit, cover their costs based on the rates they are charged. And that is a different concept than treating them as if they are property taxpayers.
Move to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Mayor.
Second.
I have a motion to approve from Mayor Pro Tem Nelson. I have a second from Councilmember Ennis. Any further discussion? Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Ennis?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Ordinance 2019-02 is passed unanimously. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Waldron. We're on item 10E, consider action to approve the first reading of ordinance number 2019-04 of the City Council of the City of Bastrop, Texas, amending the bylaws of the Youth Advisory Council, repealing all prior ordinances and actions in conflict herewith, establishing an effective date, and move to include on the March 12, 2019 City Council consent agenda for second reading. Mr. Jobe, this one kind of cracks me up. I like it when we learn lessons. The floor is yours.
So thank you, Mayor and Council. And you have the staff report in front of you, and I'll go over it real quick because there's not a whole lot of change here. But basically, the board was established in February of 2018. At that time, they wanted to have 12 members to have a quorum present. I think we advised them against it at that meeting. They went ahead and stuck with it. So now we've had 6 meetings because they actually came on board in May. So that May we were out of school. So we had 3 months. We started back in January. We had 6 meetings, and out of those 6, we've only made 3 with a quorum. So out of those 3 meetings, we had for the last 2 months, and they all came together and decided they wanted to lower it from 9 to 7. And you can see the changes in the bylaws, and you can see the changes in the ordinances in the staff report. I won't go through all of them since it's been such a long evening. But basically, they're extending the term from 1 year to 2. And they are going from 9 members to 7.
Move to approve. A motion to approve from Councilmember Jones.
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Ennis, and I know that we've got some future council members on that council, so I'm glad that they are participating in civic process.
They'll understand the importance of a quorum.
The importance of a quorum and how it sounds so good sometimes, but it's a big commitment. Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Councilmember Jones? Councilmember Ennis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Jobe. Maybe they'll take your advice next time. I'm just saying. We're moving on to item 10F. Consider action to approve resolution number R 2019-25 of the City Council of the City of Bastrop, Texas, ratifying the mayor's appointment to the Parks Board and establishing an effective date. Tonight, when Mark presented the study guide that he referenced, had several pictures from Asakura Robinson. And it just so happens that is 2 people that have urban planning and consulting firm, and Margaret Robinson lives inside the city limits of Bastrop, Texas. It's a small world. She's very well qualified. She filled out an application. I met her at a Urban Land Institute breakfast a few months ago. We had someone resign, and so I am recommending that she serve on the Parks Board for the unexpired term.
Move to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Councilmember Jones. Second. I have a second from Councilmember Rogers. Is there any other questions or discussion? She was also here for most of the meeting. Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Ennis? Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem Nelson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, and we will welcome Ms. Robinson to the board. Thank you very much. We will now be going into executive session. Item 11A, City Council shall convene into closed executive session pursuant to Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code to discuss and deliberate litigation matters with the city attorney regarding the Van Diver settlement agreement. It is 10:13, and we are in executive session. Okay, it is 11:11. We are back in regular session. Happy to take a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move to amend the settlement agreement of April 25th, 2017 between the city of Bastrop and Rhonda and Scotty Van Diver to include the following terms. The expiration of the contract will be extended to allow a buyer who currently has the property under contract until on or before June 24, 2019 to perform due diligence. If the property is sold to a buyer owner before June 24, 2019, then all terms of the agreement with the following exceptions and/or modifications will be transferred to the buyer. Carriage doors may be implemented as described in paragraph 5A in lieu of all other options described in paragraphs 5, 6, and 7. The expiration date of the agreement in paragraph 10 will be extended by 4 more months from the date of the sale, not to exceed October 24th, 2019. Authorize the city manager to execute the amendment.
A second. I have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Nelson, a second from Councilmember Rogers. Is there any further discussion? Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Ennis?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Councilmember
adjourn.
Peterson? No.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Second.
It is
trying to help you out there,
11:13
Bill.
and we are adjourned.